Shalom, Israel. Blessed Sabbath to you. My name is Brother Zerubbabel.
My name is Ezra Zelazar.
We are children of Israel. Welcome back again to another lesson. Blessed Sabbath to all of you. We're going to pretty much try and get right to it. Um, we're heading into the Passover season. Um, we just had, our New Year. Want to go over that a little bit with you. Go over Passover with you a little bit. We'll do more about Passover next Sabbath, but kind of combining the two so you get an understanding somewhat of where we're getting the count and things like that for the calendar, why the calendar is beginning the way it is, um, how the feast days are falling on the days that they are. We're not going to do a full calendar lesson. We've got full calendar lessons for you to go and watch so you get a full understanding of um, the calendar that we're using. People like to call it the Enoch calendar because, basically coming from the book of Enoch, you're going to have people that are going to tell you the book of Enoch, Asher, and Jubilees, and things like that. What I can tell you is I'm going to listen to the scriptures because the scriptures fall in line, with these other books that are written that are out there. Um, you'll have people say that, these people made up these books and wrote these books when in reality, that's not what happened. See, it's funny that um, some of our Israelite brothers in this truth will say one thing in defense of one book, but when it comes to others, they almost use the same argument as our enemies do when it comes to the Apocrypha. So let's say um, some of our brothers in this truth, they're out in the streets teaching, and an apologetic comes up and says, why are you using the Apocrypha? That's not canon. And then, they'll go into the Apocrypha to show that Feast of Dedication is in the Apocrypha. Then they'll go to the New Testament, showing how Christ um, is celebrating the Feast of Dedication. Um, you know what I mean? So to show that this is the reason why the Apocrypha is canon. You can do the same with these other books also. But when it comes to the other books, which they do read, which they do teach you things from all the time, I've witnessed several of leaders in Israel teaching lessons and not telling their congregations where these lessons come from, where this knowledge that they got about certain things come from. Um, and because their congregates are being told not to read the books, they're not reading them. So when their elders in some of the camps are teaching them these lessons out of the books, they're oblivious to it. The only way you know is if you read the books. Um, with that in mind, uh, like I said, you could do the same thing with Jasher. You could do the same thing with Enoch. Go into the books and show that the Bible talks about this, and this, and doesn't give any explanation. You got to go here a little, there a little to get an explanation, just like you do throughout the scriptures. Um, like with Jasher. Jasher gives a lot of history about our forefathers. You gotta really ask yourself the question: the Most High is going to create a nation. brought up of 12 individuals. Um, give each of these individuals their own unique tribe, which each unique tribe has grown into a multitude of people, creating one nation of Israel. And not going to leave us any writings, no knowledge really about our ancestors, about who they actually are, about how they really actually lived, um, what they did. Jasher fulfills all of that. You can go and read about each of the 12 patriarchs. Read about the wars that they fought, the battles they were in. You know what I mean? You find so much more in-depth knowledge about the 12 patriarchs. You find out more about Abraham, about Isaac, so much more about uh, Jacob, um, and so on. The 12 patriarchs give so much more in-depth history about what was going on in the New Testament. And like I said, if you have knowledge of these books and you listen to some of the leaders in Israel teach, it would be clear to you that some of the things that they talk about um, come from these books. They're just not telling you. So with that, like I said, we're not going to go too in depth with it. As far as the calendar, like I said, we've got a video dealing with the day, the week, the month, the year. All we're going to do in this lesson today is basically, show you on the calendar where the year starts, which is the first day of the year. We're going to go through some Enoch. We're going to go through some Jasher. Uh, some little bit of Jubilees. We're going to touch up on. Um, just so you can get an understanding of the calendar. All right, we're going to touch up a little bit on Passover because Passover is in the first month. Uh, so Passover is going to be coming up. Like I said, we just had the New Year. Passover is going to be coming up in another week and a half or so. So we're getting prepared for that. So as we get prepared for it, we're going to be teaching you so that you get an understanding of what Passover is, because many of our people need to be retaught the Bible because they don't understand what Passover is. They don't understand that our ancestors followed a complete different calendar than what we're using today. They have no clue of these things. That's why we like to go over Hebrews 5 and 12 to 14 with every lesson to remind our people that they do need to be retaught the scriptures, because everything that we've been taught in the scriptures have been lies from our enemies, okay, in which um, their agenda is to produce confusion within our people, the so-called Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans. The more they can keep us confused, the more they can continue to lie to us, cause divisions among us, and continue to um, produce strife between our people. Excuse me, that's the agenda. Keep us confused, keep us at odds with each other, keep us separated, and that way they continue to keep their power. Okay, so with that, we're gonna start off with Hebrews 5 and 12 as usual. Can you? I went through and enlarged everything today, so let me know if you could actually read it off the screen, because there's going to be some of the stuff I'm going to have you read from the screen that's on the.
No, I
You can't.
they're enlarged, but they're still really small.
It's still too small for you to read. All right, just
Like
go ahead and read it up.
where it says warning
Yeah,
against
you can see that, but the other one's still too small.
they're a little
Yeah.
bit small, yeah. of
Yeah,
whom we have many things to say.
yeah,
But yeah, no.
that's as hard as I can get it with that. All right, but some of the other ones, just let me know when we get to uh, some of the other things I'm gonna have you read because I enlarged it. It's a lot bigger than this, so just let me know. If not, I'll read it. But just read this out of the Bible and try to make it easy
The
for you.
the book of Hebrews chapter 5.
Yeah.
The book of Hebrews chapter 5 and verse 12. For when for the time ye ought to be teachers, ye have need that one teach you again, which be the first principles of the oracles of God, and are become such as have need of milk and not of strong meat. For everyone that useth milk is unskillful in the word of righteousness, for he is a babe. But strong meat belongeth to them that are full age, even those who by reason of use have their senses exercised to discern both good and evil.
All right. So going back again to what I was just speaking on, as far as some of the leadership in Israel, um, and it's understandable why they teach some of the things that they do because we all followed coming into this truth. We were all taught, to follow the moon. I know when I came in, it was the new moon was the dark moon. Um, and quite honestly, I had never, before coming into the truth, had never heard anything about a new moon or following the moon or anything like that. I had never heard of it. It was never talked about in church. It was never mentioned, never brought up. Um, and of course, never reading the scriptures, not knowing, anything at all about uh, the high holy days, none of that, none of it. Uh, so it was all new for myself, and I'm sure for a lot of you that are in the truth that when you first started, and for those that are going to be coming in. That's why it's important for us to teach these lessons. So when I came in, it was the dark moon. So that's what we were taught, that's what we were told, that's what our people followed, and we followed suit. Then, started hearing about a sliver moon. It's like, okay, what's a sliver moon? Like, I thought that the new moon was the dark moon. Who are these people teaching what is a sliver moon? And then you start finding out, that there are some groups that were following the sliver moon, which at one point in time, the early uh, original ISUPK leadership at one point in time, going back to the earlier times, even before then, they followed the sliver moon. And then once they split off, they changed it, from what I understand, to the dark moon. They didn't want to no longer be following what Amalek was doing. Started figuring out, okay, that's what the Jews that are over in Israel are following today. They're following the sliver moon. So understood what a sliver moon was. Being a part of a certain group at one point in time, um, then the change came where we were no longer going to be following the dark moon, we were going to be following the full moon. And, the presentation came out, we're going to be following the full moon. So, okay, whatever leadership say, cool. It's full moon, it's the full moon. You know what I mean? The knowledge is increasing. What do we know? You know what I mean? Um, so just talking about my journey in learning the calendar. So point in time comes up where ended up leaving the camp that I was with. Um, Talked about that before. We're not going to go into it, but after I left, that's when it was like, okay, I need to do a deep dive into these scriptures to really find out if everything that I've been being taught in the camp was so. In which I was able to find, what, about 90% of the stuff that had been being taught in the camp was solid doctrine. It was that other 10%, I would say, that was questionable. Like, okay, this is what we're being told this particular scripture meant, but when you read it in context, it's, you know what I mean? So there was just a few things that was like, okay, wait a minute. The calendar portion didn't become apparent until about 2, 3 years after we left our camps, where, we were following, the calendars we've been taught, uh, following the high holy days, tabernacles coming around, Passover coming around, and everything like that. And next thing we know, we're almost celebrating Passover in February. You know what I mean? All of a sudden, Tabernacles was basically almost like November. What midst of it was getting close to December, wasn't it? It was getting there. The high holy days were completely out of season. We're like what is going on? Like, how, if the calendar is supposedly perfect the way the Lord set it up, why, like, it's not making sense. If we're following it the way we're supposed to, why is it falling out of season the way it is? It seems like every year it's fallen behind at least like 2 weeks. It was something, without even counting days, without even looking at a calendar. It was crystal clear that there was something wrong, that there was a gap of like 2 weeks just about every year, where the calendar was falling behind and our high holy days were falling behind. So it took a deep dive into, like, what in the world is going on here? Like, maybe, we're just something we're not seeing. Started watching, videos from other camps. What is anybody else having this issue? And sure enough, at that time, we weren't the only ones. There were other camps that were going through the same thing, where they started realizing, like, wait a minute, we left our camp and we were told some were following the lunar Sabbath, some were following, the dark moon, some following the full moon, but it was the same thing all around the board. Why is it that the season, the high holy days, are falling out of season every couple of years or every few years? You're like a month behind. Like, what's going on? So then you could see that, other camps, they were looking into it themselves and going to their leadership. Maybe they took on new leadership when they started their camps, joined other groups or what have you, and the leadership started showing and teaching, and you started seeing it spread throughout some of the camps, where all of a sudden um, you started hearing about this uh, second month of Adar, a 13th month being added to the calendar every few years to catch the calendar back up um, to the seasons. And it was like, oh, like, what is going on? Like, what is this? So started looking into it. Like if there's only 12, and right away it didn't make sense to me, because it's like, if there's only 12 months in a year, how do you justify adding a 13th month? That's nowhere in the scriptures. Nowhere is that biblical. Nowhere is it biblical, except for the fact that now some of the camps are using, let me see, was it 1857? Some Bible from like the 1850s, no, it's 1800s, had been found where in that particular Bible they had added a 13th month. Okay. And so some of the camps are using this as a way to justify that, hey, look, this is, this Bible even shows that there was 13 months to the calendar. Let me see if I can find that. Let me see if I can find it real quick. No, I was wrong. It's 1775. It's 1775. So there's a Bible that was found um, from 1775 that showed that there's a 13th month that was added to the table of contents or something like that. So some of the camps are using this to justify. Let me share it with you so you can see what I'm looking at. So nobody can say, "Oh, why didn't you show it?" All right. So Bible from 1775 reveals 13th month to a year. Are you there? I accidentally clicked myself out. Sorry about that. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I accidentally hit the back button and clicked myself out. Can you see that? All right.
Yes.
All right, because this is where I first saw this guy's video right here. All right, so there's actually a couple of videos on YouTube that actually shows that this Bible has been found from 1775 that says there's 13 months in the calendar year, where he's trying to say, well, the 13th month proves we're living a lie, that there's only 12 months in a year. It's like, no, that's the lie, that somebody added that um, to the Bible after the 1611 King James Bible had already been in print. All right, so that lets you know that that's something that was added way later. So that should be clear to anybody that is trying to use that as a reference to say that, yeah, 13 months is biblical. It was in the 1775 Bible. All right. Oops. Go back to the scriptures now. Window. All right. So basically, started reading, in Esdras, like, hey, there was a whole lot more books that were written. Um, Started, hearing about, these other books, reading about them, like Jasher. Why is this mentioned in this book of Jasher? What is this Jew like? What is? okay, what is this talking about? Enoch. Started looking into it, like the Bible's mentioning these books, like what's going on? And of course, remembering, the camp that I was with, that they were saying, oh, forget about those books, they're garbage. The white man wrote them and everything like that. And so I was, you know what? Can't find, anything else that's telling us what's going wrong with the calendar. Let me read these books and find out what they got to say. And started reading and started going, oh, wait a minute. This book is telling us exactly what is going wrong. That the sun, that the moon falls behind the sun by 10 days every year. So if this book is clearly telling you that, and that's what's actually going on, how could you sit here and say that this book is garbage and that this book is not of our people, that it's not canon? That doesn't make sense. The book is clearly telling you the truth. The book is clearly in line with what the Bible teaches. As I started going to, and precepting and like, hold on. The Bible talks about the watchers. Where do you find out about who the watchers are? The book explains to you who the watchers are. The Bible tells you about these angels of Michael and Gabriel and Ariel and all these other angels, and there's no explanation actually as to who they are. But then you go into and it tells you exactly who these angels are. So there are other things also in the scriptures that are mentioned that you just kind of scratch your head like, okay, why is this being mentioned? You got to go back to these other books to get the explanation from. Like the Bible mentions an east wind, west wind, south wind, north wind, and you're like, what is this talking about? The book of Enoch clearly explains to you what an east wind is, what a south wind is, what a north wind is, what a west wind. It explains it. Okay. So after reading these, it's like, how could people sit here and say that these books are garbage when it's giving clear explanation as to things that are written in the Bible that have no explanation? Just like um, you could read about something in the book of Genesis and not get an explanation for it until you read Paul's letters. All right. Um, just like some of the what do you call them? I don't want to say poems. The parables that Christ spoke of. You could go back to the Apocrypha and find out the origins of some of the parables that Christ spoke of. Okay, so that's why the scriptures tells us here a little, there a little. We got to get a little bit from here, a little bit from there. Okay, so as I continue reading these books, I started coming across stories in these books that had been taught to us in the congregation, that had been told to us in the midst of certain, teachings, where these Bible stories would be told. And when they were being told, I always would wonder, like, man, where are they getting this from, this information? How, you're looking at the leadership like, man, they've got some real knowledge, because I haven't read about that in the scriptures. Like, where are they getting this knowledge from? Well, in the midst of reading these books, I come to find out that many of these stories that they were telling us were written in the very books that they told us not to read. I'll give you a few examples. Um, Now, this one wasn't about this wasn't in this story I didn't hear about from the congregation I was in. It was from a different congregation. I was watching one of the videos and they were teaching this. So you read about a story from about Nimrod and the Babylonians when they were building the tower, and the story about them, shooting arrows up into the sky after, they were building the tower because they wanted to try and wage a war against the Most High and the angels and shooting arrows up. And I remember, like, wait a minute, I remember watching this such and such camp, and their leader was teaching about this one day. I was like, this where he got this from? I was like, so he's sitting here telling us people don't read this book, don't read these books, but yet he's sitting here teaching his congregation a story right out of the book. So that was the first head scratcher. And then I came across another story that I remember one of our leaders teaching in the camp when it came to the husbands of the women of men, the women were giving their women um, in the Bible. It's talked about the jealousy of the husband. And so there's a concoction, a drink that, and you can read about it in the scriptures, that is given to a woman that's thought to have committed adultery, that when she drinks it, it causes her to miscarry. All right. Or what have you. So one day, we were being taught, it was like a story about marriage, and this story was told. It was, the men were giving the women this concoction to drink to cause them um, to become barren, where they couldn't have children because the men didn't want their wives to lose their shapes from getting pregnant. They didn't want their women to gain weight and lose their shape. So they were giving their women this concoction to drink to cause them to become barren to where they couldn't have kids. I remember the story distinctly, and I'm reading through the book and come across it, and I'm like, wait a minute. This is the same story so and so was telling us. This is where he got it from. After they done told us not to read the books, they're teaching us stuff out the books. It's like there's something not right here. Then I'll give you another example. Another one of the leaders from the camp was teaching about Christ's death, death, burial, and resurrection. Got into telling the story about, when Christ died, and uh, it went dark, for a period of time and everything like that. The Bible just tells us that it went dark. And this particular person started going into, yeah, it was a solar eclipse that happened. It was a solar, and again, it was another one of those times where I'm sitting there going, man, where are they getting this knowledge from? Looking at them like, I haven't read that in the scriptures. I haven't, you know what I mean? It makes you feel in awe because you're like, they got some deep knowledge. It's like, man, till I started reading another one of these books that clearly tells you that it was a solar eclipse that happened on that day. It clearly written in the book, and it's like, that's where you got it from. Okay, so all this just to say that uh, listen closely to what you're being taught in your congregation, because your leaders are teaching you things all the time that aren't written in the Bible, that are coming from stories out of the book of Jasher, stories that come from the book of Enoch, stories that come from the book of Jubilees, and other books that they tell you not to read. Okay. So before you start going in and saying, oh man, these brothers is bugged out because they're reading Enoch, they're reading Jasher, they're reading Jubilees. My suggestion to you, my recommendation to you is for you to go read them, and you will probably come out with the same sentiments that I did, that you're going to read several stories in there that aren't written in the Bible, that at some point in time one of your leaders may have taught you, and you're going to come to the realization like, oh, wait a minute, they've been telling me not to read this book, but yet they've been teaching me stuff out of it. There's a contradiction there. Okay. So you could go as far as say hypocrisy. All right. So just keep that in mind. Just keep it in mind. So as we go through and we read these books, again, don't take our word for it. Go read them for yourself. I'm not going to tell you not to read them. I'm going to tell you go read them. Go and read them. Because again, you have several camps. And I'm going to tell you, there are some camps that I've watched over the past couple of years that they've gone as far as now as they've added. They got to the point now to where they were like, you know what? Instead of just adding 1 month this year, we'll add 2 months. So that way, we don't have to add another month for, for a couple of years. They could go a couple of years, not a couple of years, at least 6 years, to where they won't have to add that second month of Adar. That's what some of the camps did. And I'm going to tell you, some started last year, some of them started the year before. Trevor, I've been watching, because now all of a sudden, some of these camps whose Passovers and their New Year's and things like that were a month and a half, 2 months behind ours, are now all of a sudden in line right with ours, where some of them were having their New Year's last week along with us. Some of their Passovers this year are basically almost in the same day and week as ours this month. And I know what they did. It's clear to me what they did. Like, okay, I see what they did. It got so far behind, that they don't want to have to keep adding. So they just decided to add 2 months to the calendar year this past year, and not tell their congregation, just put out their new calendars and not say anything about it. So now all of a sudden their calendars are right back in line with their Passover and New Year's and things like that happening right here at the end of February and beginning of March, where it basically should be. And to give you another example as to how we know that the calendar we're following is in line, is the fact that Tuesday evening at sundown was the New Year, which was Wednesday. And what's happening tonight? Which let you know that our enemies, they know when the true New Year is. They know. If you don't know what's happening tonight, I will let you know. Daylight savings is happening when? Tonight. It's not by coincidence. All right. It's not by accident that our New Year's falls in line right when they're having daylight savings time, because this is the true beginning of springtime. Okay. This is the first weekend of the spring. So they're bringing they should have been bringing it in on Tuesday night, but they're going to wait until their Sunday to change the time. All right. That's not by accident either. All right. So again, strong meat belonging to them that are full age, even those who by reason of use have their senses exercised to discern both good and evil. Some of our leaders in Israel haven't exercised their senses to understand that they're adding a 13th month to the calendar is evil in the eyes of the Lord. They're going to ignore what the Lord is telling us and basically do their own thing. Add a 13th month. But then these will be the same men that will, go against a Christian pastor or a Christian apologist and tell them, don't add to the word. Don't add to the word. They'll pull those scriptures all day long against Christians. Don't add to the word, but have no problem adding a whole 13th month that you can't read about in the scriptures. The Bible talks about 12 months. All right. And we covered that in, our lessons um, about the day, the week, the month, the year. Got 4 lessons dealing with the calendar. Like I said, we're not going to go too in depth with it today, but um, if you're willing to learn, you'll go and watch them, um, and you'll watch this class today. All right, um, you meaning that you desire the sincere milk of the word. You desire to know the truth. Okay, so let's go to First Peter.
The
So,
book of First, the book of First Peter, chapter 2 and verse 2. As newborn babes, desire the sincere milk of the word, that ye may grow thereby.
all right. So as newborn babes, desire the sincere milk of the word that you may grow thereby. So that's the only reason why we just went through this long-winded intro about the calendar, about reading these other books, and we're not trying to bash anybody by highlighting the fact that yes, they teach stuff out of these books and tell you not to read them. Just like I'll give you another example. Many of the leaders in Israel will follow along with Christianity, with the Christian church, the Christian pastors, in reading the book of Josephus. Okay, yeah, Josephus has got a lot of history in it, especially when it comes to what happened during 70 AD. You could go and read about the wars of the Jews, the wars of the Israelites, especially, finding out the history of what went on in 70 AD. Okay, but when you go back to the beginning of the book of Josephus, Josephus goes into talking about stuff that happened, during the beginning, going back into stuff that happened during Genesis and uh, Adam and Eve and Isaac and Jacob. And, he goes into a whole lot of this stuff. And you got to ask him, we're supposedly told not to add to the scriptures. Why is nobody calling out Josephus for adding to the scriptures? Josephus wasn't around during the time of Moses. He wasn't there. Josephus wasn't there when Adam and Eve was around. So how, who, you know what I mean? It's like, where did he, or who gave him um, the authority to write about these things? If you're going to say that about these other books, you could say the same thing about Josephus. You could say the same thing about the Apocrypha. Okay. Um, so that's basically all I'm getting at is that um, there's things about all of these books you could scrutinize. Even with the King James Bible, there's stuff you could scrutinize with the King James version. Okay, the same thing. Like people will say, King James wrote that book, and we as Israelites teaching on the street was like, no, King James didn't write the book. He just authorized its translation. And you could say the same thing about these other books. R.H. Charles and these Edomites and these guys didn't write these books. They translated the books. Okay, and you can read about that. They didn't write them, they translated them. Okay, out of the original language that it was in. So the same thing that People will say about King James, you say the same thing about the book of Enoch, the book of Jasher, Jubilees, and things like that. Uh, so again, we even go through and show you that King David himself is quoting out of the book of Jasher. All right, you go read about that. Well, we've talked about it before. We've brought it out. We've shown you. Okay, so again, don't take our word for it. Go open the books up, read the books for yourself, and you're gonna get the shock of your life, just like I did, to find out that wait a minute, I was being told not to read these books, but yet my leadership was teaching me stuff out of the book all the time. So um, I'm not gonna apologize to anybody for reading them and understanding, precepting, and coming to the knowledge that wait a minute, we weren't supposed to be following the moon to begin with. We were supposed the sun does not dictate. Not the sun. There's no way the moon dictates seasons. It just doesn't do it. It's the sun that dictates seasons. Okay, it's not the moon. We were not, all the other nations follow the moon. We've shown you that many times. We've gone over that it was all the other nations. Go and look, all the other nations that were following the moon. Why would we follow behind them? We were not supposed to. We were told not to. Okay, so if you want to get wisdom, you want to get knowledge and understanding of the calendar, you got to desire the sincere milk of the word. You've got to become as a child and be willing, like, you know what? Let me hear these brothers out. Let me go watch their videos and let me, you know what I mean? And you're gonna come to see. We cover it all. The lunar Sabbath, go watch the videos. We show you exactly why there is no way the lunar Sabbath could be biblical. The sliver moon, show you exactly why it can't be the sliver moon. It can't be the dark moon. It can't be the full moon. Because the moon does not dictate seasons at all. That's just scientific. Esau's science proves that it's the sun that dictates seasons. All right. So with that, um, let's go to the book of John, chapter 8, and read verse 32. And you hear Israelites pull this on the streets all the time.
The book of John, chapter 8, and verse 32. And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. And basically, that's what it came down to. We were searching for truth. Just like all of our Israelite brothers, we're all searching for the truth. All right, it's not my truth, it's not his truth, it's not your truth, it's the Lord's truth. It's God's truth that we got to be searching for. Unfortunately, what ends up what ends up happening is that we as men, we as people, um, want to follow after our own devices. We want to follow after our own hearts, our own minds. All of us could fall into that trap, and that's what has happened when it comes to um, dealing with the law of the Most High. When it comes to dealing with the truth is slapping you in the face. The moon is falling behind the seasons, as far as when you're following the high holy days, the moon is falling behind by 10 days every year. That after 3 years, you're 30 days behind, you're a full year behind. And that's why I just said a few minutes ago, that's why some of the camps, you've seen it, I've witnessed it, I've watched it, have, instead of just adding 1 month, they decided to add 2 months because they had fallen so far behind. They're like, you know what, we need to just add 2 months so that way they don't have to worry about adding a 13th month for about 6 years. I know what they're doing because it's crystal clear. I'm not a fool. I'm not a dummy. I'm not an idiot. I can see what they did. All right. So you've got to be willing to really want the truth. And like I said, that's exactly all I wanted. I wanted to know the truth. What's really going on here? I followed the high holy days, followed the count exactly like, we were told to. And every year it seems like our Passover is falling behind by 2 months every year. What is going on? To where all of a sudden we were way, way behind. So it took a lot of research and study. Like, you know what? Okay, this is what's going on. I see this is what happened. All right, let's go to the book of Psalms, chapter 119. Psalms 119 and 160.
The book of Psalms, chapter 119 and verse 160. It says, Thy word is true from the beginning, and every one of thy righteous judgment endureth forever.
Thy word is true from the beginning. Again, what are we looking for? We just read, and ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. We all should be searching for the truth. And we all know, based on what Psalms 119 and 160 is telling us, that the Lord's word is true from the beginning. It has been true from the beginning, because from the very beginning, he'd been teaching us his truth, not our truth. Again, it's not my truth. It's not Brother Ezra's truth. It's not your truth. It's the Lord's truth. His truth is all that matters. His truth is the only truth that has been here from the beginning. And when you go back to the beginning and you actually understand and read the scriptures from the beginning and you precept it, and it's like, okay, this makes so much more sense. Now this all makes sense. Let's stay in Psalms 119. Let's now go back down to 142.
The book of Psalms, chapter 119 and verse 142. Thy righteousness is an everlasting righteousness, and thy law is the truth.
Thy righteousness is an everlasting righteousness, and thy law is the truth. He gave us his law, statutes, commandments, and judgments. He only gave it to the children of Israel, you so-called blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans. You are the one he gave his law to. You are the one he gave his Sabbath to. You're the one he gave the high holy days to. You're the one that he's given his judgments to when you break those commandments, when you break that law. He's not dealing with anybody else. So it would behoove you to want to know the truth, to seek the truth, to seek out the knowledge of the Lord. And it's telling us his righteousness is an everlasting righteousness, and thy law is the truth. It's his law, the law that he gave to you Israelites, us Israelites, the so-called blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans. That's all that matters. All right. Your pastor is not going to teach you this. Go to church on Sunday, go to church tomorrow and ask your pastor about Passover, and he's going to ignore you. Well, why are you worried about that? We're celebrating Easter. We're going to get into that a little bit later on in the lesson. And some of you are okay with that. I'm not okay with it, because now that I know that our enemies taught us this foolishness to lie to us, to lead us astray from our God, I don't want to have nothing to do with it. I don't want to have nothing to do with Christmas, nothing to do with Valentine's Day, nothing to do with Easter and Halloween. I don't want to have nothing to do with them. Nothing at all. And if you really care about God and his word and the Bible and this truth, you wouldn't want to have anything to do with it either if you're an Israelite. First thing you got to do is come to the understanding and the knowledge that you are in the Israelite, and accept it, accept the truth. Some of our people have Stockholm syndrome and don't want to accept it. Let's go to the book of Proverbs. You're going to go to chapter 9 and read verse 10.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 9 and verse 10. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom, and the knowledge of the holy is understanding.
So as it says, the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. So one of the problems is that some of our people don't truly have any fear of God, really don't have any fear of the consequences of not following his law, not following his commandments. Adding a 13th, you know how bold you got to be to completely ignore what the Lord taught as far as in the scriptures, 12 months, and have the audacity to say, well, you know what, God, you were wrong. We got to add a 13th month. I'm adding a 13th month. Your law was wrong. That's basically what you're telling them. Your law is not perfect. Isn't that what it says? The law of the Lord is perfect. Grab that real quick. Psalms 19:7. You're basically telling God that his law is not perfect.
Oh, give me a second. The book of Psalms, chapter 19 and verse 7. The law of the Lord is perfect, converting the soul. The testimony of the Lord is sure, making wise the simple.
So the scriptures tells us the law of the Lord is perfect. So when you're going through and you're like, you know what? I'm just going to add 13th month, second month of the dog. Like I said, that's bold. That's a complete slap in the face to the Most High. You're basically spitting in his face and telling, like, you know what, Lord, you was wrong. There's not 12 months in the year, it's 13. I'm adding a 13th month to the year. And really think about that. You think the Lord is happy with that? You think the Lord is actually accepting of that? That's when again, when we were going through, that's one of the things I thought of, like, you know what? We gotta tread lightly, because adding this 13th month is not in the scriptures. There's nowhere in the scriptures where we are taught that there's 13th month, 13 months in the scriptures. We even go through and show you that the Lord commanded every month of the children of Levi to perform certain duties for each month of the year. Each family had a month. We go through and show it to you, and you know, in our lessons on the calendar. How many months? How many of them does he have them go through? 12. 12 months, one for each month of the year. There's no 13. You add another month to the year, which family is it that's going to take on that? Because one family has month 1, another family's got month 2, another one's month 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. He didn't appoint anybody for a 13th month. That's what I'm saying. When it comes to, you got to read the scriptures and fully understand and really want to seek out the truth, because it makes me scratch my head that some of our brothers appear to not really want the truth. They want convenience because it's easy. Just add a 13th month. You know, our leadership told, you know, just add a 13th month, second month of the Dar. That's what Amalek does. That's where they got it from, because that's what Amalek does. They're the ones that do that. Add the 13th month, the second month of Adar. But Proverbs 9 and 10, again, the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. And again, adding a 13th month to the calendar shows that you got no fear of the Lord. All right, meaning that you've got no wisdom and no understanding, and the knowledge of the holy is understanding. You got no knowledge of the holy, you got no knowledge of him. You got no knowledge of his law, because remember, that's what knowledge is. Malachi 2 and 7. Grab that real quick. Malachi 2 and 7.
The book of Malachi, chapter 2 and verse 7. For the priest's lips shall keep knowledge, and they should seek the law at his mouth, for he is the messenger of the Lord of hosts.
So I didn't want to stop you, but actually go up to number 6 and read verses 6 and 7.
Okay.
Wait.
Malachi.
Actually, read 6 down to 9, because all of this is relevant to what we're talking about right now. Go ahead.
Okay. The book of Malachi, chapter 2 and verse 6. The law of truth was in his mouth, and iniquity was not found in his lips. He walked with me in peace and equity, and did turn many away from iniquity. For the priest's lips should keep knowledge, and they should seek the law at his mouth, for he is the messenger of the Lord of hosts. But ye are departed out of the way. Ye have caused many to stumble at the law. Ye have corrupted the covenant of Levi, saith the Lord of hosts. Therefore have I also made you contemptible and base before all the people, according as ye have not kept my ways, but have been partial in the law.
But have been partial in the law. All right. And when I read verse 6, you got to want to be this kind of Israelite. The law of truth was in his mouth, and iniquity was not found in his lips. You want to make sure that when you're teaching something, it's actually coming right out of the script. Nobody can gainsay against it. He walked with me in peace and equity and did turn many away from iniquity. That's what our goal should be, is turning our people away from iniquity. You can't say, well, we brought many brothers in and we've, turned them away from gang banging. Yeah, you turn them away from gang banging, but you also turn them away from keeping the law of the Most High, his high holy days. There's a problem there. You may have turned this person away from being a whoremonger, or that woman coming in from being a WHORE, but you've corrupted her, made her to stumble at the law by teaching her to break God's commandment in another way. You see how that happens? You on one hand, you teach people to keep this law, but on the other hand, you tell them to go ahead and it's okay to break this law. We can't be doing that. But ye are departed out of the way. You have caused many to stumble at the law. Ye have corrupted the covenant of Levi, saith the Lord of hosts. And that is exactly what we're talking about when we're showing you that the Lord, with the covenant of Levi, with the Levitical priests, he told them for each month out of the year that there were certain duties that were supposed to be performed by certain families. And he only appointed 12, not 13. 12, not 13. So if you're adding a 13th month, are you not corrupting the covenant of Levi? Therefore have I also made you contemptible and base before all the people, according as you have not kept my ways, but have been partial in the law. And we get on many Christian pastors about being partial in the law, when in reality, a lot of us have got to take a step back and look at a lot of the leadership in the Israelite community and put them in the same boat. That they're no different than some of these Christian pastors. They're just going about it a different way, in being partial in the law and causing people to stumble at it. All right. So let's go to Wisdom of Solomon 7. And you're going to read verses 1 through 21.
The book of Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 7 and verse 1. I myself also am, hold on. I myself also am a mortal man, like to all, and the spring of him that was first made of the earth. And in my mother's womb was fashioned to be flesh in the time of 10 months, being compacted in blood of the seed of man, and the pleasure that came with sleep. And when I was born, I drew in the common air and fell up upon the earth, which is of like nature, and the first voice which I uttered was crying, as all others do. I was nursed in swaddling clothes, and that which cares. For there is no king that had any other beginning of birth, for all men have one interest into life and light going out. Wherefore I prayed, and understanding was given me. I call upon God, and the spirit of wisdom came to me. I prefer her before sceptrics,
Scepters and thrones.
scepters, and thrones, and esteem riches uh, nothing in comparison of her. Neither compare I unto her any precious stone, because all gold is respect of her a is as a little sand, and silver shall be counted as clay before her. I love her above health and beauty, and choose to have her instead of light, for the light that cometh from her never goeth out. All good things together come to me with her, and innumerable riches in her hands. And I rejoice in them all, because wisdom goeth before them. I knew not that she was the mother of them. I learned diligently and do communicate her liberally. I do not hide her riches. For she is a treasure unto me that never faileth, which they that you use become the friends of God, being commanded for the gifts that come from learning. God had granted me to speak as I would, and to conceive as is meant for her things that are given me, because it is he that leadeth unto wisdom and directeth the wise. For in his hands are both we and our words, all wisdom also, and knowledge of working ships. For he had given me certain knowledge of the things that are, namely, to know how the world was made, and the operation of the elements, the beginning, ending, and midst of the times, the alterations of the turning of the sun, and the change of seasons, the circuit of years, and the positions of stars, the nature of living creatures, the furies of wild beasts, the violence of winds, and the reasoning of men, the diversities of plants, and the virtues of roots, and all such things as are either secret or manifest, them I know.
So he says, and all such things as are either secret or manifest, them I know. So Solomon here is telling us. He says, going back up to verse 17, says, for he had given me certain knowledge of the things that are, namely to know how the world was made and the operation of the elements, the beginning, ending, and midst of the times. This is what we want right here, the alterations of the turning of the sun and the change of seasons. Let me read that again. The alterations of the turning of the sun, doesn't say the moon, and the change of seasons, because it is the alterations and the turning of the sun that dictates the change of the seasons. It's not the moon. It's not the moon. Again, Esau's science, basic science that you learn in elementary school teaches you this. So in reality, we should feel like fools teaching that the moon is what dictates seasons. It sounds really, when you step back, it sounds stupid. It makes you sound like an idiot. It makes us sound dumb. It makes us sound, like we don't have any even basic education of how the universe or the solar system works. So again, the alterations of the turning of the sun and the change of seasons, the circuits of years, and the positions of stars. All right. And as we go through, we're going to show you that Solomon had knowledge of all of this. All right. So we got to go to the beginning. So he knew about the beginning, the end, and the midst of times. We got to go to the beginning of Genesis to read about when the sun and the moon and the stars were created and what they were created for. So let's go to Genesis 1, and you're going to read verses 14 through 19. So, what is this for? Why are we going here? Because we want to, number one, ask the question, when does the year begin? Okay, because according to what Solomon just said, he had knowledge of, the alterations of the season, the turning of the sun. He had knowledge of all of this. Basically, he had the same knowledge that was given to Enoch. That's what we're showing you. The same knowledge that Enoch had is the same knowledge that Solomon was given. It's not different. In which Solomon understood that the alterations of the seasons comes by the sun, which is the same knowledge that Enoch had. That the alterations of the seasons comes from the sun, not the moon. All right. Go ahead and read what you got.
The book of Genesis, chapter 1 and verse 14. And God said, let there be light in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night, and let them be for a sign and for a season and for days and years. And let them be for light in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth. And it was so. And God made two great lights, the great light to rule the day, and the lesser light to rule the night. He made the stars also. And God set them in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth, and to rule over the day and over the night, and to divide the light from the darkness. And God saw that it was good. And the evening and the morning were the fourth day.
And the evening and the morning were the fourth day. So what happened upon the fourth day? Good question, right? Give you another question. If the sun and the moon were created on this, what is being called the fourth day, and the sun and the moon were created for the seasons and for days and years, where did 4 days come from? That's what you got to ask yourself. Like, wait a second, especially if you're following the lunar Sabbath. Because think about that. If the moon is what dictates the beginning of the season, the beginning of the days, the beginning of, basically everything, shouldn't the sun and moon and the stars have been created on the first day? Because that's essentially what you're saying. If you're following the lunar Sabbath, the sun and moon and the stars would have had to been created on the first day. And from that first day of creation, the moon is there, Now the moon starts moving, and now you got day 1, and then day 2, and day 3, and day 4, and day 5, day 6, and day 7, as they say. Now there's a Sabbath, and then day 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and keep going. And then what you end up finding out is that in some of the months, there's 8 days in between. What do you call it? The Sabbath days. Sometimes there's extra 2 days added. All right, with the new moon. So if you're following the Sabbath the way it is presented, that the lunar Sabbath is the way we're supposed to be following as far as the Sabbath goes. In order for that to have been possible, the moon would have had to have been the first thing created on the first day, not the fourth day. Does that make sense? Am I making that clear?
Hmm.
So that alone lets you know that the lunar Sabbath is nonsense. Because we just read right here that the sun and the moon, the great light and the lesser light, were created when? Genesis 1 and 19, and the evening and the morning were the fourth day. So what happened is that you had the beginning of what we like to call the work week, the 7-day work week, which was created first, starting with day 1, 2, and 3. And then on the fourth day, the sun and the moon and the stars were created. And what were they created for again? Verse 14, and God said, let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night. So we know that's one of their operations, that's one of their jobs. And let them be for signs and for seasons and for days and years. And one of the things I like to point out is you notice that it doesn't say anything about weeks and months. Signs and for seasons and for days and years. All right. And let them be for lights in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth. And it was so. And God made 2 great lights, the greater light to rule the day and the lesser light to rule the night. He made the stars also. So now let's just use common sense again. Again, I'm going to go back. If you're going to follow lunar Sabbath, in order for the lunar Sabbath to make any sense at all, that would have meant that the moon would have had to have been created on the very first day. And everything following that would have been a succession, right? The moon created on day 1, and then day 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and so on. That's not what happened. The moon was created on the fourth day. So that, again, that lets you know that there is no way the lunar Sabbath can be biblical. The other thing you should get out of this is that there's a greater light and a lesser light. If you are the God of the universe, the creator of the universe, the creator of the earth and all the heavenly bodies that are up there in the sky, which one are you going to use in order to dictate your seasons, to dictate your law and your high holy days? Are you going to use the greater light or are you going to do the lesser light? Because our God deals with great things. He's great. Everything he does is great. Why would he use the lesser? Why would he do that? Does that make sense? It's just common
Hmm.
sense. Without even going into any scriptures, just reading it, common sense would tell you. or it should be telling you, should be hitting you that, you know what, yeah, why would he use the lesser light to dictate all? Remember all of this, the seasons, the, talking about um, fall, winter, spring, summer. You're talking about the circuits of rain, snow, wind, heat, all of this, all, basically being dictated by one of those lights that are moving around the sky up there. All that has to do with the growth of crops at certain seasons, in addition to what? The Lord's high holy days. So all of these things that are being dictated by one of those lights. Why would the Lord use the lesser light in order to do that when he's got the great light? Again, it's just a common sense thing. You don't even have to read any other scriptures to understand that. And that alone should be able to tell you that no, we were not told to follow the moon. There is no way the lunar Sabbath can be biblical. I'm going to say it one more time. In order for the lunar Sabbath, I don't care how good of a presentation some of these camps put on when it comes to the lunar Sabbath, in order for the lunar Sabbath to be true, to be biblical, the moon would have had to been the first thing created on the first day. And from that thing, the moon being created on the first day, then everything following the succession behind it, because the moon dictates Sabbaths, remember? And the months and the days and the years according to the lunar Sabbath. Everything has to do with the moon and the positioning of the moon and the moving of the moon according to the lunar Sabbath. And since the moon wasn't created on the first day, there's no way lunar Sabbath could be biblical. And I'm not just picking on the lunar Sabbath. It should be quite just already clear that there is no way that the moon dictates seasons. It doesn't do it. The moon does not dictate the fall. It doesn't dictate winter. It doesn't dictate when spring comes around. The moon does not dictate when summer comes around. The first day of spring was a few days ago. The moon had nothing to do with that. It was all because of now where this position of the sun is at. It's springtime. Sun is closer. It's getting warmer. Life is beginning. Crops are springing up. Flowers are blooming. Trees are blooming. Didn't have nothing to do with the moon. It has to do with where the sun is positioned now in the sky. Again, that's just common sense, and Esau's science even proves it. Okay, let me show you this real quick. Let me share it real quick again. Yeah. Let me know when you see this.
There it is.
Okay. So we go more in depth with this when we, in our lessons, again, go watch the videos. Watch the videos, go read the books, and you tell us whether or not we're tripping and we're completely wrong and it's the lunar Sabbath. It's been the lunar Sabbath all along, or the dark moon, or the sliver moon, or the full moon. So again, Genesis 1 and 14 through 19, and God said, let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs and for seasons, for days and years, and let them be for lights in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth. And it was so. And God made two great lights, the greater light to rule the day, and the lesser light to rule the night. He made the stars also. And God set them in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth, and to rule over the day and over the night, and to divide the light from the darkness. And God saw that it was good. And the evening and the morning were the fourth day. Let's put the note here. The Most High created the signs of heaven on the fourth day, thereby starting the month and the year on the fourth day of the 7-day work week. Because that's what was being created during the creation. You had day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, day 5, day 6, and day 7. No different than what you see on Esau's calendar that we follow today. Esau just made slight changes to the calendar. It's not that much different. He added, instead of 364 days, he added 365. He added an extra day. Instead of 30 days, he's adding, some days have 30 days in a month, some days have 31 days, except for February, that's got 28 days, except for a leap year, which it has 29. All right. So, but Esau understands what was going on in Genesis, that you have the 7-day work week. When you look at a calendar, you've got Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, which is basically day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, day 5, day 6, day 7. We didn't have names for the days of the week. We just use numbers, a number system. Day 1, day 2, day 3. That's why when you read the scriptures on the 3rd day of the 4th month, that's why you read that, because we didn't use names. It wasn't like that in the beginning. There were no names being used. Okay. So looking at the calendar, you have the first day, which Esau calls Sunday. Second day, which Esau calls Monday. Third day, which Esau calls Tuesday. Fourth day, which Esau calls Wednesday. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 7th day Sabbath. Okay. The moon and the stars were created on the 4th day. The first day of the first month, which is the first day of the year. That's how the calendar was created. You have the 7-day work week that the Most High created during the creation. He worked for 6 days, rested on the 7th day. He created the sun, the moon, the stars, the sun being the greater light, the moon being the lesser light, on the 4th day, meaning now beginning the count for the year. That makes sense, right?
Yep.
I pray, I'm trying to make it as simple as possible. So what you're going to see is that 364 days. We're going to read about it. Okay, we're going to read about how this all works out. 364 days. Every year, this day is going to fall right back on the exact same day. Okay, that's how the Most High created this. The high holy days are set on their days. They're set in their seasons. Again, the law of the Lord is perfect. There's no perfection in following the moon, which we're going to show you. No perfection. Because when you follow the moon every year falls 10 days behind the sun. That after 3 years, you're 30 days behind. And that's why, again, now you have people adding a 13th day to the month of the year. All right. You have some camps. There are a couple of camps that are following the Enoch calendar, but the mistake that they're making is almost the same mistake as if you're following the lunar Sabbath. Okay. And they're starting the first day on the Sabbath, meaning on Saturday. So that would have meant, in order for that to happen, that the sun and moon had been created on the seventh day instead of the fourth day. So some of the camps are mistakenly starting this over here on Saturday, in which all of their, major high holy days like Passover and things like that are falling on the Sabbath day, because in misunderstanding what the scriptures are reading as far as a high day, meaning a high Sabbath day, which is a high holy day, and a regular Sabbath day, that they're not distinguishing the fact that they're two different days. You've got the actual Sabbath day, which is the seventh day of the week, and you've got the Lord's holy days, which are also Sabbath days, but they're separate from the Sabbath days. They're not on the same days. But some of our brothers, again, in misunderstanding of what they're reading, have started the calendar, which they're following the Enoch calendar, mistakenly on Saturday. And I almost did the same thing. Remember, we talked about that. I almost did the same thing. We almost started on Saturday because it was like, you know what? That's like, no, there's something not right about that. Let's look into it further before we, and looked into it further, read, and precept. It was like, no, the sun and the moon, so they were created on the fourth day. It wasn't created on the seventh day. In order for that to be true, that's the whole 7-day work week would have to be thrown out. And now you're following the Enoch calendar like the lunar Sabbath, where the first day of the month starts on Saturday, the Sabbath, and continues just like the lunar Sabbath. You're basically following the lunar Sabbath. Can't be, because the sun and the moon was created on the fourth day, not the seventh. Does that make sense? All right. So keep that in mind as we go through and read. You got the 7-day work week, and then you've got the yearly calendar, which starts on the fourth day of the 7th-day work week. Okay. So let's go to, let me go back. There we go. Let me stop sharing here. Share, window. All right, let's go to Exodus 12 and 1 through 2. So let's get into this.
The book of Exodus, chapter 12, and verse 1. And the Lord spake unto Moses and Aaron in the land of Egypt, saying, This month shall be unto you the beginning of months. It shall be the first month of the year to you.
All right, so the Lord was speaking to Moses, and you see it and hear it all the time when people are teaching about the new moon. They say, you see, when the Lord was talking to Moses, he was pointing up at the moon and telling him, you see, the first day of this is the first day of the month to you. And he was pointing at the moon, And at first we were being told the moon, there was no moon, it was dark. There was no moon up there, it was dark. And then we were being told it was full. But then you have other camps that are saying it's the sliver moon. That's not what was happening. All right, he was simply telling this month shall be to you the beginning of months. It shall be the first month of the year to you. All right. Again, think of the little illustration we just showed you. Um, let me do this. Let me share something else again so you get an understanding. Share screen again. Share window. All right. So we're in the month of March. Keep in mind what we just showed you about the calendar. That this is the 7-day work week, just like Esau has in his calendar. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days. Okay, for this year, the month of March just so happened falls in line that day 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 just so happened falls in line with our calendar. So you can see here, there's a spring feast we're going to read about that you read about in Enoch. All right, which is bringing in the spring, first day of spring, which started on Monday at sundown, ended Tuesday at sundown. And at sundown on Tuesday was the new year. All right, which what? Wednesday is the first day of the first month of the new year. So now we're going to go back because this is the calendar for the year. Go back to March. Oh, the exact on Wednesday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, the spring feast, spring, new year. All right. So as we go ahead again, you can see. All right. Go back. All the feasts are set feasts. Going back to 2025. This is the first Sabbath, which is today, first Sabbath of the new year. Next week will be the second Sabbath. And then we're going to get into Passover, where the lamb is killed. Passover feast of unleavened bread all begins on this Tuesday at sundown. It goes all the way until the following Tuesday. All right. And every year, these feasts fall on the exact same feast of Pentecost is going to fall on this same Sunday. See that? Summer feast going to be same month, August. Get to September. Memorial blowing of trumpets is going to be on the same Wednesday. The fall feast is going to be on the same Monday to Tuesday, same Tuesday to Wednesday for the beginning of memorial blowing of trumpets. Day of Atonement beginning on this Thursday at sundown, going to Friday sundown. In turn, every year causing a what? A double Sabbath. And we did a whole class on that. Around the Day of Atonement, about where we talked about cooking on the Day of Atonement because we had mentioned that last year. A camp went and did a video, saying that no, you can't cook on the Day of Atonement. Which again, I know that was directed at us because we're the only one that ever said anything like that. And so, just not to go back and forth with the camp, an argument. It was just to show, like, you know what, this is why we're showing you. This is why we're saying that you can cook on the Sabbath because the scriptures teach that. that's exactly what was going on on the Day of Atonement. You know what I mean? So what we're saying is biblical. It's not something we made up. Okay. And then you can see here, Feast of Tabernacle is going to begin on the same Tuesday, and so on. It's October, November, Feast of Dedication. Again, it's going to start on the same Tuesday at evening, which is Tuesday at sundown, goes to Wednesday at sundown, and then for the 7 days, Feast of Dedication. So all of these feasts are set. We have Battle of Nicanor, have Feast of Purim. These feasts all fall on the same, the same Sabbaths, the same days every year. And then back to March again is going to start all over again. So we're going to have what? Passover starting right here on Tuesday at sundown, going into Wednesday at sundown. All right. And going all the way until what? The next Tuesday, where it ends. So what we're showing you is that this Enoch calendar is a set calendar. The Lord's feasts are set feasts. Okay. Um, they don't sporadically move around the calendar like Esau's holidays do. Go to Numbers 29 and 39.
The book of Numbers, chapter 29 and verse 9.
39. Numbers 29,
39.
39.
The book of
Oh,
Numbers,
sorry.
chapter
Hold
20.
on, hold on, hold on. Let me put it up real quick. I forgot to. Hold on. Give me a second. I thought it was up there for you to see. All right, there we go. Go ahead.
The book of Numbers, chapter 29 and verse 39. It says, "These things ye shall do unto the Lord in your set feast, besides your vows and your free will offerings, for your burnt offerings and for your meat offerings and for your drink offerings and for your peace offerings."
All right. So when it's talking about set feasts, it means exactly what it says. They are set to occur on the same day, the same month, from year to year on the calendar without fail, without moving. You're not going to have Passover on Tuesday at sundown this year and then have it on Thursday at sundown next year. That's not going to happen. You're not going to have Passover at Tuesday on sundown this year and then 2 years from now having it Friday at sundown. That's not how the calendar works. The feasts are set to happen in their exact month on the exact day, set from year to year to year to year to year without moving. They're not moving around the calendar. Like, let's say, for instance, let me look up Esau's calendar. Let me say 2026 calendar. All right. Let me stop sharing. I'm sorry, I'm doing a lot of sharing, so just bear with us, all right? Let me know when you see this.
There it is.
Okay, so you can see here in red what Esau has done, that Esau has made Sunday his Sabbath day. That's why all of these dates in red are in red, is because that's what Esau is denoting as their Sabbath days, your days, basically. That's what they're calling the Sabbath day. the day of rest. That's why it's in red. Okay. So when you look at some of these, let's say you can see March, there's really no holiday. This is orange because today is the 7th, or March 7th, which tells you that there's no holiday here. So when is Easter? According to Easter is April 5th. So you can see Easter Sunday is in red because Easter is falling on a Sunday. Now, Easter is the only holiday really that Esau has that falls on somewhat of the same day every year, which is a Sunday. But it's dictated by, why is it that Easter is the only holiday that Esau has that's dictated by the moon? Should be another clue that we shouldn't be following the moon. All right. So sometimes Easter can fall in March. Sometimes you'll find Easter falls in April, depending on the year. It switches on the calendar. That's what we're trying to highlight to you. New Year's Day, January 1st. Esau's New Year in 2026 was on a Thursday. Let's click on 2027. Did it change? Did it change?
Um, I see the calendar.
It's, yeah, it's at, yeah, 2027. That's what you should be looking. We were looking at 2026 earlier. So
Yep, it changed.
2026 calendar. All right. So 2026 calendar was showing that the new year was on Thursday. In 2027, the new year is going to be on Friday. Let's go to 2028. Did it change to 2028?
Yes, yes.
All right. So now you see that the new year is going to be on Saturday in 2028. So in 3 years, from 2026 to 2027 to 2028, the new year has moved 3 days from Thursday to Friday to Saturday. What about 2029?
Yep,
It changed.
it changed.
So now you can see Esau's New Year's Day in 2028. It's going to be on Saturday, but in 2029, it's going to be on Monday. I pray you're getting. I pray you're understanding what we're getting at now. Let's say even Christmas Day, which they call their, Christian Day, December 25th. In 2029, Christmas is going to be on a Tuesday. Let's go backwards. Let's go back to 2028. In 2028, Christmas is going to be on a Monday. Let's go to 2027. 2027, Christmas is going to be on Saturday. Let's go to 2026. 2026, Christmas is going to be on a Friday. Okay. So what we're showing you is that Esau has an understanding of the 7-day work week. They didn't change that much. Yeah, they did change times, they changed laws, they changed the calendar, but they didn't do it that drastic. And that's why Esau is so clever, because he doesn't make big drastic changes. He just makes subtle changes. Okay. To where it seems like the truth, but it's not. So you got the 7-day work week, but the problem is his New Year's starts sporadically on different days of the week. The Lord's calendar doesn't work that way. The Lord's calendar starts on this Wednesday every year. starts on a Wednesday. It doesn't fluctuate. The Passover is going to start on Tuesday evening every year, which is what? The second day at evening. I'm sorry, the third day at evening, because Sunday is the first day. So Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, so the third day at evening, Tuesday at evening, Passover will start every year. It's not going to change. All right. Hold on, give me a second. Somebody's ringing the doorbell. I'm gonna ignore it. All right. So I pray that that makes sense to you. So let's go back to stop sharing. Back to share the screen. So we're going back to Numbers 29 and 39. So again, reiterating, these things you shall do unto the Lord in your set feasts. So when the scriptures are calling the Lord's feast set, that's because all the feast days are set in their seasons, on their days, at their specific times. Doesn't fluctuate on the calendar. It doesn't change. They are set. All right. That's one of the things we want to emphasize. Let's go to the book of Exodus. You're going to go to chapter 13 and read verses 3 through 4.
The book of Exodus, chapter 13 and verse 3. And Moses said unto the people, remember this day, which ye came out from Egypt and out of the house of bondage. For by strength of hand the Lord brought you out from this place. There shall no leavened bread be eaten. This day came ye out of the month of Abib.
All right. This day came ye out in the month of Abib. Okay. So some people mistakenly believe and think that this is actually calling the month itself Abib. Abib means ear of corn. All that means is that it's harvest time. All right. At that particular time, this day came ye out. Basically, you could say this day came ye out in the harvest of Abib, the time of Abib, which is at that time, which is corn was in harvest, is basically all it's telling us. It's not telling us a name of the month. Okay. Um, how would I put it? When you go back and read the scriptures, we had no names for the months. It was month 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. All right. It wasn't until we came out of Babylon that you read about that we started calling the months by Nisan and adding these names to the months. All right. So keep that in mind also. All right. So we're not going to go too in depth again as far as, dealing with the calendar. That's all we really wanted to show you, when the calendar starts, how the calendar is set up. And we're going to now go into the books and read where we got this information from. All right. So we're going to go to Enoch. I'm going to put it on first. Let me know if you can read it. Because if you can't see it, I'll go ahead and read it. I think I have it large enough.
I can't read it.
Oh, no, I haven't put it up yet. Hold on. Oh, gotta stop sharing. Share screen. Share screen. So that big enough for you to see?
No.
It's not big enough. Hold on, let me try. I don't know how much bigger I can make it. How about that?
Yeah, that's better.
That's better. All right. So what we're going to do, we're going to the book of Enoch. This is Enoch 72. You're going to read verses 1 through 37. So from here on, there's going to be a lot of reading, okay? Just bear with us. Just follow along with us. And you will get an idea to become abundantly clear. Like I said, if you don't fully understand, go watch our classes that we have dealing with the day, the week, the month, and the year. 4 different lessons where we break down the day, break down the week, break down the month, and break down the year so that you get a full understanding of how the Lord set up the day. Because you got some people teaching now that the day starts, in the morning, that it's morning to morning. The Sabbath is morning to morning. That started becoming a thing a few years ago. And we go through and show you that no, there's no way that the Lord set it up to be morning to morning. The scriptures don't teach that. All right. Then we get into the week where we show you exactly, how the work week was created. All right. Dealing with the week. And then we go into the month. And then the last lesson is dealing with the year. Okay. So with that, let's get into Enoch. Let me go here. So just go ahead and read it through. I'm not gonna stop you.
It says, the sun, the book of the courses of the luminaries of the heaven, the relations of each according to their classes, their dominions and their seasons, according to their names and places of origin, according to their months, which Uriel, the holy angel who was with me, who is their guide, showed me, and he showed me all their laws exactly as they are, and how it is with regard to all the eyes of the world and unto eternity, till
Oh,
the
I mean,
new
hold on,
creation,
hold on. Is with regard to all the years of the world and unto eternity.
uh, in regard to all the years of the world and unto eternity, till the new creation is accomplished, which dureth till eternity. And this is the first law of the luminary. Is the luminary, the sun has its rising in the eastern portals of the heaven and is setting in the western portal of the heavens. And I saw 6 portals in which the sun rises, and 6 portals in which the sun sets, and the moon rise and sets in these portals, and the leaders of the stars and those whom they laid, 6 in the east and 6 in the west, and all following each other in accurately, following each other accurately, uh, corresponding order. Also,
So
many windows of the
read that part again. It says, and all follow each other in accurately corresponding order.
right from and the following and all following each other in accurately corresponding order. Also, many windows of the right and the left of these portals. And first there goes forth the great luminary named the sun, and his circumference is like the circumference of the heavens, and he is quite filled with illuminating and heating fire. The chariots on uh, which he ascends, the wind drives, and the sun goes down from the heavens and returns through the north in order to reach the east, and is so guided that he comes to the appropriate lit that portal and
Don't
shines in the
don't
face.
don't worry about the parentheses. Just telling you that it's
Okay,
literally saying that, so you could say
oh, I get
guide
it.
he comes to the appropriate portal. Go ahead though.
portals and shines in the face of the heavens. In this way, he rises in the first month in the great portal, which is the fourth, um, right?
Those six portals in the east.
Yeah, those six portals of the east. And in that fourth portal from which the sun rises, in the first month are 12 windows opening from which proceed a flame when they go up, when they are when they are open in their seasons. When the sun rises in the heavens, he comes forth through that fourth portal 30 mornings in succession, and says accurately in the fourth portal in the west of the heavens. And during this period, the day becomes daily longer, and the night shorter. To the 30 morning on that day, the day is longer than the night by a ninth part, and the day amounts exactly to 10 parts, and the night to 8 parts. And the sun rises from the fourth portal and sets in the fourth, and returns to the fifth portal of the east 30 mornings, and rises from it and sets in the fifth portal. And then the day becomes longer by 2 parts and amounts to 11 parts, and the night becomes shorter and amounts to 7 parts. And it returns to the east and enters into the sixth portal, and rises and sets in the sixth portal 1 and 30 mornings, and account of its sign.
All right, so stop right there for 1 second. Okay, so basically, so far what we're reading, we illustrate this more in the lessons. All right, so again, go back and watch them. But right now, what it's telling us is that there are 12 portals, which basically are the 12 months. Okay, as the sun is going around from each portal to portal, it's telling you from one portal to another, there's 30 days in between each portal until it gets to certain portals like the fourth month, eighth month, and so on. There's 31 days, okay, which is actually the third month. All right. So there's 31 days, which is actually what you'll see is what is called an intercalary day. There are four of them, which have to do with, all right, um, in which the Lord has set as feast days. Okay. Um, so we'll continue reading, but just so you have somewhat of an understanding, we illustrated a little bit more in the lessons. Um, like I said, go more in depth with it. So we're trying not to do that for sake of time and being able to go over Passover some today too. So go ahead.
Verse 14. On that day, the day becomes longer than the night, and the day becomes double the night, and the day becomes 12 parts, and the night is shorter and becomes 6 parts. And the
Okay, and
sun
also,
mounts.
sorry, and also too, I need to add this. I'm sorry. And at the same time, it's showing us how as the sun is moving about the sky, not, which the earth is actually moving around the sun, um, as it's going through these portals, it's talking about how the day becomes, during the wintertime, we know that the days become shorter. And as you're coming out of the wintertime and heading into spring, that's why today they're going to be moving the time up 1 hour. Because as we get into springtime, the daylight starts to get increase, and slowly the darkness gets decreases and the light increases until you get to a period of time um, in certain portals where the day and the night are exactly even. Okay, so it talks about that. We illustrate it more, but this is what this is talking about. All right, just so if you're not understanding it. All right, go ahead and keep going.
Uh, and the
15.
sun mounts. verse 15. And the sun mounts up to make the day shorter and the night longer, and the sun returns to the east and enters into the sixth portal, and rises from it and sets 30 mornings. And when 30 mornings are accomplished, the day addresses by exactly one part and becomes 11
Decreases.
parts.
The day decreases by exactly one part.
Let me read that again. And the day decreases by exactly one part and becomes 11 parts, and the night seven. And the sun goes forth from that sixth portal in the west and goes to the east and rises in the fifth portal for 30 mornings and sets in the west again in the fifth western portal. On that day, the day decreases by two parts and amounts to 10 parts, and the night to 8 parts. And the sun goes forth from that fifth portal and sets in the fifth portal of the west and rises in the fourth portal for 1 and 30 mornings, and on account of its sign, and sets in the west. On that day, on hold on that day, the day is equalized with the night and becomes of equal length, and the night amount to 9 parts and the day to 9 parts. And the sun rises from the portal and sets in the west and returns to the east and rises 30 mornings in the third portal and sets in the west in the third portal. And on that day, the night becomes longer than the day, and night becomes longer than night, and the day shorten it than day till the 13th morning, and the night
30,
amounts exactly to
30th morning.
that day till the 30th morning, and the night amounts exactly to 10 parts, and the day to 8 parts. And the sun rises from that third portal and sets in the third portal in the west and returns to the east, and for 30 mornings rises in the second portal in the east, and in the like manner sets in the second part in the west of the heaven. And on that day, the night amounts to 11 parts and the day to 7 parts. And the sun, go up, and
So
the sun, a little bit lower. It blocks me. I don't know what, I can't see that word. There you go. No, there. Uh, and the sun rises on that day from the second portal and sets in the west in the second portal and returns to the east in the first portal for 1 and 30 mornings and sets in the first portal in the west of the heavens. And on that day, on that day, the night becomes longer and amounts to the double of the day, and the night amounts exactly to 12 parts, and the day to and the day to 6. And the sun has uh, traversed the divisions of his orbit and turns again on those divisions of his orbit and enters that portal 30 mornings and sets also in the west opposite to it. And on that night has the night decreased in length by a
ninth part.
what is
Ninth
okay,
part.
okay. Those
Yeah, they,
T's
they just
were
add all
throwing
these
me off.
little crosses and all this kind of weird
Yeah.
stuff.
It says in length by a ninth part, and the ninth night has become 11 parts, and the day 7 parts. And the sun has returned and entered into the second portal in the east and returned on those his divisions on his orbit for 30 mornings, rising and setting. And on that day, the night decreases in length, and the night amounts to 10 parts, and the day to 8. And on that day, the sun rises from the portal and sets in the west and returns to the east and rises in the third portal for 1 and 30 mornings and sets in the west of the heavens. On that day, the night decreases and amounts to 9 parts, and the day to 9 parts, and the night is equal to the day, and the year is exactly as to its day, 364.
How many?
Three, 364.
So it's telling us that there's 364 days after the sun has gone through its complete orbit and gone through all the portals, gone through the full succession of the year. There's 364 days. All right, go ahead and read on.
Of 33. And the length of the day and of the night and the uh, shortness of the day and of the night arise of the sun. These distinctions are made. So it came. So it came that is that its course became daily longer and its course night shorter.
So
And
what is
this is
showing
the
now we're in springtime where the day is now longer and the nights are now shorter. Go ahead.
and this is the law of the course of the sun and his return as often as he returns 6 times and rises the great luminary which is named the sun forever and ever. And that which rises is the great luminary and is so named according to its appearance, according as the Lord commanded. As he rises, so he sets and decreases not, and rest not, but runs day and night, and his light is sevenfold brighter than that of the moon. But as regarded size, they are both equal.
All right. Let me. We're going to go to 73. You're going to read verses 1 through 8. Do you need me to see if I can make it bigger?
No, 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 that's good enough.
Good.
No,
Okay.
that's
All right.
good. Yeah. Um, the moon and its phases. It says, and after this law, I saw another law dealing with the smaller luminary, which is named the moon, and her circumference is like the circumference of the heaven, and
So
her
stop right there
chariot.
for a second. Stop right there for a second. I'm sorry.
Mhm.
So when you read about the moon and its phases, you read about the sun and its orbit. Um, we can clearly see that Enoch is teaching us that it's the sun that dictates the seasons. That as the sun is going around its orbit, you get to fall, you get to winter, you get to spring, you get to summer, and that's because as the sun is orbiting around, the days during the winter time, the night becomes longer and the days become shorter until you come around to the springtime where it starts to reverse until you get to where the days are becoming longer and the nights are now becoming shorter. All right. The moon is not what causes that. It's clear. The moon is not what dictates the seasons. Okay. Go ahead.
It says,
Start over.
and from where?
Yeah, start over from one.
From one. And after this law, I saw another law dealing with the smaller luminary, which is named the moon. And her circumference is like the circumference of the heavens, and her chariot in which she rides is driven by the wind, and light is given to her in measure.
All right.
And
So
her
again, also too, what we read earlier about them being the same size, It's not saying that they're literally the same size, but as they appear in the sky, they're equal size. If you look at a full moon and you look at the sun, they're basically the same size when you see them in the sky. And that's only because the sun is so far away. The sun way dwarfs the size of the moon. Okay. But from its distance and where we can see it from here, it looks the same size as the moon when you're looking from Earth and looking at them in the sky. All right. It's not literally saying that they're literally the same size. I want to clear that up too. But go ahead though.
And her rising and setting change every month, and her days are like the days of the sun. And when her light is uniform, it amounts to the seventh part of the light of the sun. And thus she rises in her first place, and the east comes forth on the 30th morning. And on that day she becomes visible and constitutes for you the first phase of the moon on the 30th day, together with the sun in the portal where the sun rises. And the one half of her goes forth by a seventh part, and the whole circumference is empty, without light,
So
with the
that's your dark moon where she's completely empty. There's no light shining in the sky. Go ahead.
with the exception of one seventh part of it, the 14th part of the light. And when she receives one seventh part of the half of her light amounts to one seventh part and the half thereof. And she sets with the sun, and when the sun rises, the moon rises with him and receiveth the half of one part of light. And in that night, in the beginning of her moon,
Her
in
morning.
the in beginning of the morning, in the uh, commencement,
Commencement.
commencement, commencement of the lunar day, the moon sets with the sun and is visible that night with the fourth part and the half of one of them. And she rises on that day with exactly a seventh part, and comes forth and recedes from the rising of the sun, and in her remaining days she becometh bright in the remaining 13th part.
All right. So we're going to go to 74 and going to read verses 1 through 16.
Okay, 74, the lunar year. And I saw another course, a law for her, and how, according to the law, that she performs her monthly revolution. And all these, Uriel, the holy angel who is the leader of them all, showed to me and their positions. And I wrote down their positions as he showed them to me. And I wrote down their months as they were, and the appearance of. And the appearance of their light till 15 days were accomplished. In single seventh parts the accomplishment of her light in the east, and a single seventh part accomplish all her darkness in the west. And in certain months she alters her settings, and in certain months she pursues her own peculiar course. In 2 months, the moon sets with the sun. In those two middle parts, the third and the fourth, she goes forth 7 days and turns about to return again through the portal where the sun rises, and accomplishes all her light, and she recedes from the sun, and in 8 days enters the sixth portal from which the sun goes forth. And when the sun goes forth from the fourth portal, the portal, she goeth forth even 7 days, until she goeth from forth the fifth and turns back again in 7 days into the fourth portal according all her lights.
and
And she
accomplished
received
like
uh, or accomplishes all her life.
so
And
now
she received right. And she recedes and enters into the first portal in 8 days. And she returns again in 7 days into fourth portal from which the sun goes forth. Thus I saw their positions, how the moon rose and the sun set in those days. And if 5 years are added together, the sun has an overplus of 30 days, and all the days which occur to it for one of those 5 years when they are full amount to 364 days. And the ever plus and okay, and the ever plus of the sun and of the stars,
the overplus of the sun.
and the overplus of the sun of the stars amount to 6 days in 5 years. 6 days every year come to 30 days, and the moon fall behind the sun and stars to the number of 30 days.
So stop right there for a second. So this is getting into what we were talking about earlier. That as the years go along, after 3 years, the moon starts to fall behind the sun. After 3 years, it's 30 days behind. Okay, go ahead and read.
It says, and the sun and the stars bring in all the years exactly, so that they do not advance or delay their positions by a single day unto eternity, but complete the year with perfect justice in 364 days.
So it says in the sun, not the moon, but it's the sun and the stars bring in all the years exactly, not the moon. The moon doesn't bring in the years, it's the sun, so that they do not advance or delay their position by a single day into eternity, but complete the years with perfect justice in 364 days. Go ahead and read.
In 3 years, there are 1,092 days, and in 5 years, there's 1,820 days. So that in 8 years, there are 2,912 days. From the moon alone, the days amount in 3 years to 1,062 days, and in 5 years, fall 50 days behind
That's
of
why,
one.
just stop right there for a second. That's why you're seeing with some of these camps, as they're following the moon for their high holy days and thinking that that's what's dictating the seasons, after 3 years, they're 30 days behind. Okay. And it's showing you after 5 years, you're now 50 days behind. Okay. Which means that by the time you reach 6 years, you are now 60 days behind, a full 2 months behind. Go ahead and read on.
To the sum of 1,770. There is to be added 1,062 days. And in 5 years, there are 1,770 days, so that for the moon, the days in 8 years amount to 2,832 days. For in 8 years, she falls behind to the amount of 80 days.
So if you go 8 years without adding that second month of Adar, that 13th month, now you're going to be 80 days behind the sun in 8 years. Go ahead.
Right. All the days she falls behind in 8 years are 80, and the year is accurately completed in conformity with their world stations and the stations of the sun, which rise from the portals through which the sun rises and sets 30 days.
Okay. So again, like we said, it's not something that we made up. It's right here in black and white in the book of Enoch. Go and pay attention to any of the camps that are following the moon, in every single one of them are adding a second month of Adar, which is the 13th month to the calendar, because you got no choice but to do it if you're following the moon, because the moon does not dictate seasons. The moon does not dictate the years. It doesn't do it. All right. So we're going to go to chapter 75. You're going to read verses 1 through 9. Let me know if you get tired. I'll read some before you.
Okay. Verse 1 says, "And the leaders of the head of the thousands who are placed over the whole creation and over all the stars have also to do with the four intercalendary days, being
So stop
inseparable."
right there real quick. So again, when you hear some of the people that do like the lunar Sabbath and they teach, and it comes to dealing with the fact that if you're following the lunar Sabbath, some days you're going to have 8 days in a week, which is unbiblical, sometimes even 9 days. And when they're asked about that, like, hey, so what do you do when there's 8 days or 9 days in your week? If the Sabbath is every 7 days, what about those 2 extra days? So their argument is, well, those are intercalary days. To those that don't know, that haven't read the book of Enoch, the only place you ever hear about an intercalary day is from the book of Enoch. But these will be the same guys that will tell you, oh, don't read that book. Oh, don't read those books. Those books are garbage. But yet they're teaching you what an intercalary day is, when the book of Enoch is the only reference that I've seen that talks about an intercalary day. That makes sense to you? That's this word right here, intercalary. You don't read about an intercalary day anywhere else but here in the book of Enoch. But these guys will teach you about an intercalary day. The people that are adding the whole month call it an intercalary month, or the second month of Adar, or the 13th month. It's all interchangeable, but they're calling it an intercalary month. They got the word intercalary from the book of Enoch. But again, these will be the same guys that will tell you and mock and make fun of people that are reading the book of Enoch. That's the hypocrisy that we're talking about, that we see all the time in the Israelite community. All right. Don't let these guys fool you. Stop letting them fool you. All right. Let's go ahead and read on though.
It says, "Being inseparable from their office according to the reckoning of the year, and these render service on the 4 days which are not reckoned in the reckoning of the year, and
Uh,
owing to them, owing to them men go wrong therein. For those luminaries truly render service on the world stations, one in the first portal and in the third portal of the heavens, one in the fourth portal and on and one in the sixth portal, and uh, ex- exactrix,
the exactness of the year.
and the exactness of the year is accomplished through its separate 360 four stations. For the sign and the times and the years and the days, the angel Uriel showed me, whom the Lord of glory had set forever over all the luminaries of the heaven, in the heavens and in the world, that they should rule on the face of the heavens and be seen on the earth, and be leaders of the day and night, the sun, moon, and stars, and all the ministering creatures which make their revolution in all the chariots of the heaven. In like manner, 12 doors Uriel showed me, open in the circumference of the sun, chariots in the heavens, through which the ray of the sun break forth. And from then is warmth diffused over the earth. And when they are open and their opinion,
when,
opinion,
when when they are opened at their appointed seasons.
thank you, yeah, when they are open at their appointed seasons, and for the which the spirit of the dew, when they are open, standing open in the heavens as the end. As for the 12 portal in the heavens at the end of the earth, out of which go forth the sun, moon, and stars, and all the works of heaven in the east and in the west. There are many windows open to the left and right of them, and one window is at it. Appointed seasons produces warmth corresponding to those doors from which the sun come forth according as he has commanded them, and where they said corresponding to their number. And I saw chariots in the heavens running in the world above those portals in which revolve the stars that never set. And one is larger than all the rest, and it is that makes its course through the entire world.
All right, let's go to chapter 76. So again, it's a lot of reading, but it must be read so you get an understanding where we got this from. Okay, now we're going to go to chapter 76, beginning verses 1 through 14.
And it says, and at the end of the earth, I saw 12 portals open to all the quarters from which the wings go forth and blow over the earth. Three of them are open, one on the face. Read that in. Three of them are open on the face of the heavens, and three in the west, and three on the right of the heavens, and three on the left. And the three first are those of the east, and three of the north, and three after those on the left and of the south, and three of the west, though uh, uh, through four of these come winds of blessings and prosperity, and from those eight come hurtful winds. When they are set, they bring destruction and on all the earth and on the water upon it, and all who dwell thereon, and on everything which is in the water and on the land.
So what this is explaining is what the winds mean. So when you read in the scriptures, like when you read the book of Exodus, and it talks about how one of the plagues that was brought upon the Egyptians when Israel was in bondage was that an east wind came into Egypt and caused destruction. Okay, so it's explaining what these winds are when you read about the west wind and the south wind and the east wind and north wind. It's explaining what these winds are because in the scripture, just it tells you an east wind came into the into the land and damaged the crops, but it doesn't really exactly explain what an east wind is. Where do you get that explanation of what it's talking about here in the book of Enoch? It explains to you what it is. Also, too, even like it's talking about the archangel Uriel. If you look into the scriptures and type in his name, Uriel, you can see that his name pops up in First Chronicles 6 and 24, First Chronicles 15 and 5. No, I'm sorry. These this is talking about Uriel, the son of Tohaz. Hold on, let me see. Let me see. Daughter of Uriel. It's in Second Ezra. So you go to Second Ezra chapter 4 and verse 1. It says, "And the angel that was sent unto me, whose name was Uriel, gave me an answer." Verse 36, "And unto these things Uriel the archangel gave them answer and said, even when the number of seas is filled in you, for he hath weighed the world in the balance." You go to Second Ezra 5 and 20. It says, "And so I fasted 7 days, mourning and weeping, like as Uriel the angel commanded me." And Second Ezra 10 and 28, it says, "Whereas Uriel the angel who came unto me at the first, for he had caused me to fall into many trances, and mine end is turned into corruption, and my prayer to rebuke." So you read about this Uriel in the scriptures and in the Apocrypha, and he's also mentioned here in the book of Enoch. But Enoch in other chapters actually goes through and tells you who exactly these watchers are, exactly who these angels are. Like we said, like Michael and Uriel, Gabriel, and so on, that you read about in the scriptures. Okay. Um, when you when you type in Gabriel, remember Gabriel was the angel that was talking to Daniel in the book of Daniel. All right. Um, let me see. You read about Gabriel in the book of Luke. That's right. So in Luke 1 and 19, it says, "The angel answering said unto him, I am Gabriel that stand in the presence of God, and am sent to speak unto thee and to show thee these glad things, or glad tidings." On verse 26, in the 6th month, the angel Gabriel was sent from God into a city of Galilee named Nazareth. So it was Gabriel that was the one that was talking in the beginning of Luke. All right. So, just keep that in mind. You want to find out who these angels are, read the book of Enoch. It explains to you exactly who they are and what their purpose, and their jobs are. Right. But let's go ahead and read on.
It says, "And the first wind from those portals, called the east wind, comes forth through the first portal which is in the east, in inclining,
Inclining.
inclining, yeah, inclining towards the south, for it comes forth desolation, drought, heat, and destruction."
So when you read about the east wind that was sent into Egypt, one of the plagues, and east wind, as it says, when the Lord sends his east wind into a nation or into a city, what comes with that east wind? Comes desolation, comes drought, heat, and destruction. So when you read the scriptures and you read about that east wind, that's what it's talking about. Okay, let's go ahead and read on verse 6.
And through the second portal in the middle comes what is fitting, and from it there come rain and fruitfulness and prosperity and dew. And through the third portal, which lies towards the north, come cold and drought.
So all of those when depends on um, what portal or what month or season that it's in. East wind can bring either the desolation, the drought, and the heat and destruction. But if it's in the second portal, it's telling you in the middle comes what is fitting, and from it there come rain and fruitfulness and prosperity and dew. And through the third portal, which lies toward the north, come cold and drought. So it depends on um, where where the sun is positioned during what season and month is what the east wind can bring. Now it's going to talk about the south wind. All right, go ahead.
And after those come forth the south wind through three portals. Through the first portal of them, can't say, inclining to the east, comes forth a hot wind, and through the middle portal next to it there more there okay next to it there come forth a fragment smells, and dew
Fragrance
and
smells.
frag, frag, fragrant
Fragrance
smells.
smells.
I'm gonna read 8 again. And through the middle portal next to it there come forth fragrant smells, and dew and rain and prosperity and health. And through the third portal lying to the west come forth dew and rain, locust and desolation. And after these, the north wind from the seventh portal in the east come dew and rain, locust and desolation. And from the middle portal come in a direct direction hell and rain and dew and prosperity. Through the third portal in the west come cold and horde frost and show and rain and dew and locusts.
So it actually says, portal in the west come cloud and hoar frost and snow and rain and dew and locusts. All right, read on.
And after these four are the west winds. Through the first portal at adjoining the north come forth dew and hoard frost and cold and snow and frost. And from the middle portal come forth dew and rain and prosperity and blessings. And through the last portal which adjoins the south come forth a drought and desolation and burning and destruction. And the 12 portal of the fourth quarters of the heavens are therewith complete, and all their laws and all their plagues and all their benefactions have I shown to thee in my son Methuselah.
All right. So again, you want to understand what the west wind, east wind, south wind, north wind is talking about in the scriptures. You got to read Enoch to get an understanding of what that's talking about. Okay. Um, we're going to go on to 77 and read verses 1 through 8.
And it says, and the first quarter is called the east because it is the first, and the second the south because the Most High will descend there. Yeah, there in quite a special sense will he who is blessed forever descend. And the west quarter is named the diminished. It's named the diminished because they're all the luminaries of the heaven uh, wane and go down. And the fourth quarter, named the north, is divided in three parts. The first of them is for the dwelling of men, and the second contains seas of water, and the abyss, and forests, and rivers, and darkness, and clouds. And the third part contains the garden of righteousness. I saw seven high mountains, higher than all the mountains which are in the earth, and thence come forth hoard frost, and days, seasons, and years pass away. I saw seven rivers on the earth, larger than all the rivers. One of them coming from the west pours its waters into the great sea. And these two come from the north of the sea and pour their waters into the Erythraean Sea in the east. And the remaining four come forth on the side of the north to their own sea. Two of them too, and the Erythraean Sea, and two into the Great Sea, and discharge themselves there. And some say into the desert. Seven great islands I saw in the sea and in the mainland, two in the mainland and five in the Great Sea.
All right. So we're going to go to chapter 79. Let me switch it here. I'm sorry, 78. You're going to read verses 1 through 16.
All right. And the name of the son are the following: the first, or Harris, and the second Thomas. And the moon has four names. The first name is Azonha, the second Abal, the third Benaze, and the fourth Irai. These are the two great luminaries. Their circumference is like the circumference of the heavens, and the size of the circumference of both is alike. In the circumference of the sun, there are seven portions of light which are added to it more than to the moon. And in definite measures, it is transferred till the seventh portion of the sun is exhausted. And they set and enter the portal of the west and make their revolution by the north and come forth through the eastern portals on the face of the heavens. And when the moon rises, one 14th part apart in the heavens, the light
Appears
become full in her.
1/14th part appears in the heaven.
Yeah, 1/14th part appears in the heavens. The light become full in her. On the 14th day, she accomplishes her light. And
Again,
after,
the full moon, the light is completely showing. It's the full moon. Go ahead.
right, and 15 parts of light are transferred to her till the 15th day. Her light is accomplished according to the sign of the year, and she becomes 15 part, and the moon groweth by the 14th part. And in her warning,
Her waning.
the oh yeah, there you go. And in her waning, the moon decreases on the first day to 14 parts of her light. On the second, on the second to 13th part of light, on the third 12, and on the fourth to 11, on the 15th to 10, on the 16th to 9, on the 7th to 8, on the 8th to 7, on the ninth to 6, on the 10th to 5, on the 11th to 4, on the 14th to the half of 7,
Or you
and
skipped on the
all
12th to 3 and on the 13th to 2.
well, yeah, on the
Yeah.
13th to 2, on the 14th to the half of a 7, and all her remaining lights disappear wholly on the 15th day, on the 15th. And in certain months, the month have 29 days and 128.
Okay, so again, this is that situation when you come across people that are teaching the lunar Sabbath, you got to ask them, how is it that if the Bible teaches there are 30 days in a month, do you justify the lunar Sabbath where if you're following the moon, it doesn't matter if you're following lunar Sabbath or not. If you're following the full moon, you're following the dark moon, the sliver moon, there are some months where you're going to have 29 days, and it's showing you that once there's 28 days when you're following the moon. So that's even a problem with the people that are following the dark, the sliver, and the full moon. All right. So again, you got to ask yourself, are we supposed to be following the moon? If there are so many problems with the moon in trying to um, set the high holy days up in their seasons to the moon, why is it such a problem? Enoch is telling you why. The reason why, that in certain months the month has 29 days, and once it's 28 days. That's if you're following the moon to try and gauge your months by it. Let's go ahead and read on. Verse 10.
Verse 10. And Uriel showed me another law, when light is transferred to the moon, and on which side it is transferred to her by the sun. During all the period during which the moon is grown in her light, she is transferring it to herself when opposite of the sun during 14 days. Her light is accomplished in the heavens, and when she is illuminated throughout. Her light is accomplished full in the heavens. And on the first day she is called the new moon, for on that day the light rises upon her.
Read verse 12
See
again, because
verse 12.
for those that are following the full moon, this is part of where they got the information from. This is part of where they read it from the book of Enoch. It's the book of Enoch that tells us and shows us that the full moon is the new moon. Go ahead and read verse 12 again.
Verse 12. And on the first day she is called the new moon, for on that day the light rises upon her.
For on that day the light rises upon her. So, in other words, at that time, she's at the full brightness. The moon is shining, the light shining on her, and it's called the new moon. This is where they got it from. Okay, go ahead and read
And on the first day,
verse 13.
uh, verse 13, she becomes full moon exactly on the day when the sun sets in the west. And from the east she rises at night, and on the moon shineth the whole night through till the sun rises over against her, and the moon is seen, and the moon is seen over against the sun. On the side whence the light of the moon comes forth, there again she wanes till all the light vanishes, and all the day of the month are at the end, and her circumference is empty, void of light.
So at that time, now you're back at the dark moon again. There's no light, it's empty, it's void of light. But that's what some people are calling the new moon. Enoch is clearly telling us that when the moon is full, that's the new moon. All right, go ahead.
And 3 months she makes of 30 days, and her time she makes 3 months of 29 days, each in which she accomplishes her waning in the first period of time, and in the first portal for 177 days. And in the time of her going out, she appears for 3 months, 30 days each, and for 3 months she appears 29 each.
Okay, so it's telling you. So in one portion for of 3 months, she's got 30 days, and then it's 29 days, and then 3 days. I mean, 30 days, and then 29 days. That's 3, 6, 9, 12 months. For 3 months, she's got 30 days, and then for 3 months, 29 days, and another 3 months, 30 days, another 3 months, 29 days. All right, go ahead.
At night she appears like a man for 20 days each time, and by day she appears like the heavens, and there is nothing else in her save her light.
Nothing in her except her light. All right. So again, I pray this is, simple reading through it, and you could see where we got the information from. Just like some of your leaders have read the same books, they teach you stuff out of it, but they're not teaching you and telling you that that's where they got it from. All right. So let's go to 79. You can read verses 1 through 6.
And now, my son, I have showed thee everything, and the law of all the stars of the heavens is completed. And he showed me all the law of these for every day, and for every season, and bearing rule, and for every year, and for its going forth, and for the order uh, prescribed prescribed to it every month and every week, and the waning of the moon, which takes place in the sixth portal. For in this sixth portal her light is accomplished, and after that there is the beginning of the waning. And the waning which takes place in the first portal in its season till 177 days are accomplished, reckon according to the weeks 25 and 2 days. She falls behind the sun and the order of the stars exactly 5 days in the course of one period. And when this place which thou seest has been traversed, such is the picture and sketch of every luminary which Uriel the archangel is their leader showed unto me.
Right. We're going to go to chapter 80. So again, it's showing us over and over again that the moon falls behind the sun. Are you going to read verses 1 through 8?
Verse 1. And in those days the angel Uriel answered and said to me, behold, I have shown thee everything, Enoch, and I have revealed everything to thee, that thou shouldest see this sun and this moon, and the leaders of the stars of the heavens, and all those who turn them, their tasks and times and departures. And in the days of the sinners, the year shall be shortened, and their seed shall be tardy on their lands and fields, and all things of the earth shall alter, and shall not appear in their time, and the rain shall be kept back, and the heavens shall withhold it. And in those times, the fruits of the earth shall be backwards, and shall not grow in their time, and the fruit of the trees shall be withheld in their time.
And we see that going on even today and right now, where fruits are not growing in their actual regular season, partly because of Esau science and messing around with the foods and the fruits and the crops. You see that happening. You see that there's droughts happening all over the world where the rain is being kept back. All right. As it says, all things on the earth are going to alter. They're being changed. So let's read verse 4.
Verse 4. And the moon shall alter her order and not appear at her time. And in those days the sun shall be seen, and he shall yearn in the evening on the extremity of the great chariots in the west, and shall shine more brightly than accord with the order of light. And many chiefs of the stars shall transgress the order, and these shall alter their orbits and tasks, and not appear at the seasons prescribed to them.
And
And
not
the
appear
whole
the seasons prescribed to them. Go ahead.
and the whole order of the stars shall be concealed from the sinners, and the thought of those on the earth shall err concerning them, and they shall be
Altered.
altered from all, yeah, and they shall be altered all their ways. Yeah, they shall err and take them to be gods.
They shall err and take them to be gods because all the other nations are doing what? They're worshiping the moon, they're worshiping the stars, getting involved in astrology and all kinds of stuff. Go ahead.
And evil shall be multiplied upon them, and punishment shall come upon them so as to destroy all.
All right, so you got prophecy in here talking about what was going to be happening in the last days, in regards to the seasons and the luminaries, meaning the sun, the moon, and things like that. All right, so now we're at chapter 81.
It says, and he said unto me, observe, Enoch, these heavenly tablets, and read what is written thereon, and make every in
and mark
the
and mark every individual fact.
there you go, um, and mark every individual fact. And I have obsessed the
I
heavenly
observe.
and, and I observed the heavenly tablets and read everything which was written. Um, and understood everything, and read the book of all the deeds of mankind, and of all the children of the flesh that shall be upon the earth, to the remotest generations. And forthwith I bless the great Lord, the King of glory forever, in that he has made all the works of the world. And I exalted the Lord because of his patience, and blessed him because of the children of men. And after that I said, blessed is the man who dies in righteousness and goodness, concerning whom there is no book of unrighteousness written, and against whom no day of judgment shall be found. And those seven holy ones brought me and placed me on the earth before the door of my house, and said to me, declare everything to thy son Methuselah, and show to all the children that no flesh is righteous in the sight of the Lord, for he is their creator. 1 year we will leave thee with thy son, till thou givest thy last commandment, that thou mayest teach the children and record for them, and testify all the children. And in the second year they shall take three from their
They shall
midst.
they shall take thee from their midst.
Uh, right. Uh, Let thy heart be strong, for the good shall announce righteousness to the good. The righteous with the righteous shall rejoice, and shall offer congratulation to one another. But the sinner shall die in the sinners. But the sinner shall die with the sinners, and the apostates go down with the apostates. And those who participate righteousness shall
Those who
die,
practice and those who
and
practice right.
those who practice righteousness shall die on account of the deeds of men,
So in other
and be
words, the wicked of the world is going to be killing those that practice righteousness. They're going to be going through it. Go ahead.
and be taken away on account of doing of the uh, godless. And in those days they cease to speak to me, and I come to my people, blessing the Lord of the world.
All right. So giving some prophecy about what's going on in the end of the world. So we're going to go to Enoch 82. You're going to read verses 1 through 20.
It says, and now, my son Methuselah, all these things I am recounting to thee and writing down for thee, and I have revealed to thee everything, and given the books concerning all these. So preserve, my son Methuselah, the book from thy father's hand, and that thou delivers them to the generations of the world. I have given wisdom to thee and to thy children, and thy children that shall be to thee, that they may give it to their children for generations, this wisdom that passeth there through. And those who understand it
It
shall not sleep. Say it again.
says this wisdom, namely that passeth their thought.
This wisdom, namely that passeth their thoughts. And those who understand it shall not, and those who understand it shall not sleep, but shall listen with the ear, that they may learn this wisdom, and it shall please those that eat thereof better than good food.
So in other words, those who die and those who understand it shall not sleep, meaning that those who have understanding of his word, they're not going to die, but shall listen with the ear that they may learn this wisdom, and it shall please those that eat thereof better than good food. So again, it's using, the same wisdom, the same knowledge, understanding, speaking in parables and things like that, similar to just like in the scriptures. Go ahead. Meaning that, um, tasting of the scriptures as if it's your necessary food. All right. Let's go ahead and read on verse 4.
Blessed are all the righteous, blessed are all those who walk in the way of righteousness and sin not as the sinners, in the reckoning of all their days in which the sun travails the heaven, entering into the departing from the portal for 30 days with the heads of thousands of the order of the stars, together with the four which are intercalated, which divide the four portions of the year, which lead them and enter with them 4 days.
So those 4 days are the coming in, like the day before the new year, we had spring. It's a spring feast. You have summer feast. You've got a fall feast. And you got a winter feast. The four intercalated days just before the turning of the new season. All right. Go ahead.
Um, owing to them, men shall be at fall and not reckon them in the whole reckoning of the year. Yeah, men shall be at fall and not recognize
Recognize,
them
yeah,
according
accurately.
and not recognizing them accurately, for they belong to the reckoning of the year and are truly reckoned thereon forever. One in the first portal, and one in the third, and one in the fourth, and one in the sixth, and the year is completed in 364 days. And the account thereof is accurate, and the recorded. Hold
And
on.
the recorded reckoning thereof exact.
There you go. And the account thereof is accurate, and the recorded reckoning thereof exact. For the luminaries and the months and the festivals and the years and days has Uriel showed and revealed to me, to whom the Lord of the whole creation of the world had subjected the host of heaven. And he has power over night and day in the heavens to accuse the light, to give light to them. I mean, to light to men,
Says to cause
sun,
the light to give light to men.
mhm, the light to men, sun, moon, and stars, and all the powers of the heavens which revolve in their circular chariots. And these are the orders of the stars, which set in the place and in their seasons and festivals and months. And these are the names of those who lead them, who watch, who watch that they enter in their times, in their orders, in their seasons, in their months, in their periods of dominion, and in their positions. There, there are four leaders who divide the four parts of the year enter first, and after them the 12 leaders of the orders who divide the months, and for the 360 days, there are heads over thousands who divide the days, and for the four intercalary days, there are leaders which sunder the four parts of the year. And these heads over thousands are intercalary, but hold on. And these heads over thousands are intercalary between leaders and leaders, each behind a station. But their leaders make the divisions. And these are the name of the leaders who divide the four parts of the year, which are ordained. Uh, Michael, Hele, Helamelech, and Melahah, and Nariel, and the name of those who lead them at Narel, and Hashuel, and Elomiel. These three follow the leaders of the order, and there is one that follow the three leaders of the orders, which follow these leaders of stations that divide the four parts of the year. In the beginning of the year, Melchahel rises first and rules, who is named Taman, Tamani and son. And all the day of his dominion wills he bear rule,
whilst he bears rule.
whilst he bear rule are 91 days.
So that's the 30 days, 30 days, 30 days, and the one intercalary day. So 30, 60, 90, and the one intercalary day, meaning 91 days. And sometimes it calls it on that third month 31 days. Go ahead.
And these are the signs of the days which are to be seen on earth in the day of his dominion, sweet and heat
Sweat,
and
sweat
calm.
and
Yes, sweat and heat and calm, and all the trees bear fruit, and leaves are produced on all the trees, and the harvest of wheat, and the rose flowers, and all the flowers which come forth in the field. But the trees of the winter season become withered. And these are the names of the leaders which are under them. Okay, and it says Berkael, Zel, Zelzeel, and another who is added a head of a thousands called Hulojaseth. And the day of the dominion of this leader are at the end. The next leader after him is Helemelech, whom one named the shining sun, and all the days of his light are 91 days. And these are the signs of his days on the earth, glowing heat and dryness, and the trees ripe their fruit and produce all their fruits ripe and ready. And these sheep pair and become pregnant, and all the fruit of and all the fruit of the earth are are gathered in, and everything that is in the field and the winepress, these things take place in the day of his dominion. These are the names and the orders and the leaders of those heads of thousands: Gidaihal, Kael, and Heel, and the name of the head of thousands which is added to them, Aspael, and the days of his dominion are at the end.
All right. So that's what is written in Enoch as far as, the luminaries, talking about the sun, the moon, the stars, and their orders, what their jobs are, and how they affect the seasons. Again, we read where we are told that um, the moon falls behind the sun by X amount of days each year, which goes to show you that the moon does not dictate the seasons, and especially does not dictate the seasons for us to follow in order to properly count the high holy days. All right. We're going to go to Jubilees now. Um, Give me a second. Um, Close this one. So we're going to go to Jubilees. You're going to read chapter 6, and you're going to read verses 1 through, what does it say on there? 1 through 38. Can you read that? I need to make it bigger, huh?
Yeah,
Hold
no,
on,
I can't read that.
let me zoom it in. How's that?
Perfect. There you go. Um, Verse 1 says, "And on the new month of the third month, he went forth from the ark and built an altar on that mountain. And he made an atonement for the earth, and took a kid and made atonement by its blood for all the guilt of the earth. For everything that had been on it had been destroyed, save those that were in the ark with Noah.
So this is
And he
after the flood. This is after Noah and his 3 sons and their wives. The 8 people were saved on the ark from the flood. All right, read on.
says, and he placed the fat thereof on the altar, and he took an ox and a goat and a sheep and kids and salt and turtle doves and the young of a dove, and placed a burnt sacrifice on the altar, and poured thereon an offering mingled with oil, and sprinkled wine, and strewed fragrances over everything, and caused a goodly savior to arise acceptable before uh how do we say that?
They put Yahweh on in
Yahweh.
here, but
Okay,
before God, would you would
before
read the
God.
script? But
So
go
just
ahead,
read it
verse.
as Yahweh. Just
Yeah,
read
just
it
go
as
ahead.
Yahweh.
Yeah, is
Okay.
what it says.
And Yahweh smelt the goodly Savior, and he made a covenant with him that there should not be any more flood to destroy the earth, that all the days of the earth, seed time and harvest should never cease. Cold and heat and summer and winter and days and nights shall not change their orders nor cease forever. And you increase you and multiply it upon the earth and become many upon it and be a blessing upon it. The fear of you and the dear,
The dread.
yeah, the dread. The fear of you and the dread of you will inspire everything that is on the earth and in the sea. And behold, I have given unto you all beasts and all winged things and everything that moves on the earth, and the fish in the waters, and all things for food, as the green herbs. I have given you all things to eat. But flesh with the life thereof, with the blood you shall not eat, for the life of all flesh is in the blood, lest your blood of your life be required at the hand of every man, at the hand of every beast will require the blood of man.
All right, so now
Who
some people will say, "Whoa, that contradicts the Bible because he didn't give us everything to eat." It's like, think back at the time of Noah, were the Israelites even born yet? No, they were not. We weren't even around yet. Abraham hadn't even been born yet. Isaac hadn't been born yet. Jacob hadn't been born yet. The 12 patriarchs hadn't been born yet. So the law, as it was written, was given to the Israelites. So the law that was given to Noah and them back then, that he gave them of anything to eat, they could eat anything. He didn't give that to us, the Israelites. He gave us his law, and then his law is what we were told in Leviticus 11 were things that we couldn't eat. That's where the distinction and the difference is. The Israelites were different than everyone else. The Israelites were given the law to abide by the law. And part of the law was Leviticus 11, that we were not supposed to eat any swine, anything cloven footed. We weren't supposed to eat. We weren't supposed to eat anything that didn't have fins and scales on it as far as coming out of the water. So therefore, we're not supposed to eat shrimp, crab, lobster, and all that other stuff. But before us, they were okay to eat everything. Okay. Um, there's something different about us Israelites when God created the Israelites that's different than everybody else. If you go and look at all the other nations, especially like Asians, you go and you watch Asians, they can sit there and eat crab, lobster, all kinds of crazy stuff, rat, eat anything and everything under the sun. But for some reason, they never seem to gain weight. They never
Okay.
seem to have the health problems that we do when we eat that stuff. Why is that? Because there's something that the Lord made different about us. The only people that could really know exactly what it is are those that are geneticists that could really look at the genealogy and say, you know what, yeah, they've got this gene which is different than their genes. That, yeah, they can eat all that stuff and it does not affect them at all whatsoever. But when the so-called blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans eat this stuff, it jacks us up. That's why we have so many health problems, because we're trying to eat everything and do everything like everybody else. But really, what I'm just trying to point out is the fact that um, in the beginning, yeah, they were able to eat anything and everything. The only exception was not not eating the blood. Okay, they couldn't eat blood. Were you at verse 9 or 8?
Uh, verse 8.
Okay,
It says, "Who sheds man's blood, by man shall his blood be shed. For in their image of Yahweh made he man. And you increased you and multiplied on the earth. And Noah and his sons swore that they would not eat any blood that was in any flesh. And he made a covenant before Yahweh, before throughout all the generations of the earth
that's right.
in this month."
They made a covenant before Yahweh forever throughout all the generations.
Verse 11. On this account, he spoke to you that you should make a covenant with the children of Israel in this month upon the mountain with an oath, and that you should sprinkle blood upon them because of all the words of the covenant which Yahweh made with them forever. And this testimony is written concerning you, that you should observe it continually, so that you should not eat on any day any blood of beast or birds or creature during all the days of the earth. And the man who eats the blood of beasts, of cattle, or of birds during all the days of the earth, he and his seed shall be rooted out of the land. And do you command the children of Israel to eat no blood, so that their names and their seed may be forever Yahweh our Savior, ruler continually.
Our
And
sovereign
for
ruler.
the uh, oh
It
yeah,
said before Yahweh, our sovereign ruler.
sovereign ruler continually. And for this Torah there is no limit of days, for it is forever. They shall observe it throughout their generations, so that they may continue supplicating on your behalf with blood before the altar every day, and at the time of morning, and then and evening they shall seek forgiveness on your behalf perpetually before Yahweh, that they may keep it and not be rooted out. And he gave Noah and his sons a sign that there should not again be a flood on the earth. He set his bow in the cloud for a sign of the eternal covenant that there should not again be a flood on the earth to destroy it all the days of the earth. For this reason, it is ordained and written on the heavenly tablet that they should celebrate the feast of weeks in this month once a year to renew the covenant every year.
So this is part of the reason why we celebrate Feast of Weeks, written here in Jubilees. Go ahead.
And this whole festival was celebrated in the heaven from day of creation till the day of Noah, 26 jubilees and 5 weeks of years. What it says,
Just read.
1309.
Don't worry about it. Just reading Noah and his
Okay.
sons observed it.
And Noah and his sons observed it for 7 jubilees and 1 week of years, 350 years, to the day of Noah's death. And from the day of Noah's death, his sons did away with it until the days of Abraham. And they ate blood, and they
So
ate
they
blood.
went away from the covenant of not eating blood, and they stopped celebrating Jubilees because, again, it's showing, um, not Jubilees, Feast of Weeks. They stopped celebrating it. All right. Going away from the covenant that he had made until the time of Abraham. So read verse 19.
Says, but Abraham observed it, and Yitzchak and Jacob and his children observe it up to your days. And in your days, the children of Israel forgot it until you celebrated anew on this mountain. And do you command the children of Israel to observe this festival in all of their generations for a commandment unto them? One day in the year, in this month, they shall celebrate the festival. For it is the feast of weeks and the feast of first fruits. This feast is twofold and of a double nature, according to what is written in engraved concerning it. Celebrated. For I have written in the book of the first Torah, in that which I have written for you, that you should celebrate it in its seasons.
And in some
One
translations,
day
book of the first law is what it'll say, or the book of Moses in some. Go ahead, though.
one day in the year, and I explain to you its sacrifices that the children of Israel should remember and should celebrate it throughout their generations in this month, one day in every year. And on the new month of the first month, and on the new month of the fourth month, and on the new month of the seventh month, and on the new month of the 10th month are the days of remembrance and the
In some
days of the
translations, it'll say in the new moon of the first month, or the new moon of the fourth month. But here they've corrected the translation that new moon should be saying new month. The new moon and new month just so happen to have the same word, is what you find when you read the scriptures. And there's always been confusion among our people as far as the new moon or the new month. Okay. Just because it said the same word, um, it didn't mean that we were following the moon, but that's what ended up happening over the years, is that um, we made the mistake of following the moon along with the other nations. Okay. But go ahead and read that again.
says, read it again,
Yeah,
23.
verse 23. Yeah.
It says, and on the new month of the first month, and on the new month of the fourth month, and on the new month of the seventh month, and on the new month of the 10th month are the days of remembrance, and the days of the seasons in the four divisions of the year. These are written and ordained as a testimony forever.
For what this is talking about is what we read about in the book of Enoch about the four intercalary days that have to do with the changing of the seasons. One is for the beginning of the spring, the other one is for the summer, the fall, and the winter. Those four intercalary days that make up the 364 days. Out of the 360, adding those, you got 364. 2 months of 30 days and a month of 31 days. 2 months of 30 days and a month of 31 days. Let's go ahead and continue. Verse 24.
And Noah ordained them for himself as feasts for the generations forever, so that they have become thereby a memorial unto him. And on the new month of the first month, he was bidden to make for himself an ark. And on that day, the earth became dry, and he opened the ark and saw the earth. And on the new month of the fourth month, the month of the depths of the abyss beneath were closed. And on the new month of the seventh month, all the mountains of the abyss of the earth were opened, and the waters began to descend into them. And on the new month of the 10th month, the tops of the mountains were seen, and Noah was glad. And on this account he ordained them for himself as feasts for a memorial forever, and thus are they ordained.
So this is telling us the reason why we observe those four intercalary days as feast days. One, because it's the bringing in of, like, the spring feast just happened this past week. But it's telling us that on these certain days, certain things happen during the time of the flood. All right, such as on the new month of the first month, which was the first day, or the new month of the first month. Okay, was when he made the ark, started the work on the ark. It says at that time the earth became dry. Okay, also, after the flood had happened. So we are to memorialize that. That makes sense. So verse 28, on this account he ordained them for himself as feast for memorial forever, and thus are they ordained. Verse 29.
And they placed them on the heavenly tablet. Each had 13 weeks from one to another, past their memorial, from the first to the second, and from the second to the first, and from the third to the fourth.
All right, so
And
13 weeks.
all the days of the commandments will be 52 weeks of days, and these will make the entire year complete. Thus it is engraved and ordained on the heavenly tablets.
So when you look
And
at the calendar, there's 364 days in the year, 52 weeks in a year. That's something Esau's got right, 52 weeks in the year. Only instead he put 365 days instead of 364. Go ahead.
says, and there is no neglecting this commandment for a single year or from year to year, and commanded you, the children of Israel, that they observe the years according to this reckoning, 364 days, and these will constitute a complete year, and they will not disturb its time from its day and from its feast, for everything will fall out in them according to their testimony, and they will not leave out any day nor disturb any feast. But if they do neglect and do not observe them according to his commandments, they will disturb all their seasons, and the years will be dislodged from this order. And they will disturb the seasons, and the years will be dislodged, and they will neglect their ordinances. And all the children of Israel will forget and will not find the path of the year, and will forget the new month and seasons and Sabbath, and they will go wrong as to all the orders of the year. For I know from henceforth will I declare it unto you, and it is not of my own devising. For the book is written before me, and on the heavenly tablets the division of the days is ordained, lest they forget the feast of the covenant and walk according to the feast, and the Gentiles after their error
Read,
and after
yeah,
their
that's
ignorance.
important. Read it clear. What it says.
Lest they forget the feast of the covenant and walk according to the feast of the Gentiles after the error and after their ignorance.
So it says, lest they forget the feast of the covenant, which we have, and walk according to the feasts of the Gentiles, which we've done, after their error and after their ignorance, because our people are ignorant. We become ignorant to the fact that we are the Israelites and that it was us that the Bible was telling to follow the Lord's feast days. So, being in captivity, we've been made to serve our enemies. We've been made to follow after their holidays, in which now they don't have to force us. We willingly follow them now. Okay,
Right.
let's read on verse 36.
For there will be those who will surely make observations of the moon, how it disturbs the seasons and comes in from year to year 10 days too soon. For this reason, the years will come upon them when they will disturb the order and make an abominable day the day of testimony, and an unclean day a feast day, and they will confound all the days. The
Kadesh,
Kodesh, the,
the
the
clean with the
Kodesh,
yeah, the clean with the unclean.
yeah, the Kodesh with the unclean, and the unclean day with the Kodesh, for they will go wrong as to the months and Sabbaths and feasts and jubilees. For this reason, I command and testify you that you may testify to them. For after your death, your children will your children will disturb them, so that they will not make the year 364 days only. And for this reason, they will go wrong as to the new months and seasons and Sabbath festivals, and they will eat all kinds of blood with all kinds of flesh.
So we were warned again here in Jubilees, the same as we were warned in Enoch, that there are going to be some of our people that are going to start following the moon, start calculating the feast days according to the moon, and going to disturb the order. Now we have all of our feasts, and it's been going on for a long time. That's why the Lord said, what is that in Isaiah? I hate your feast days. He doesn't like our feast days. They're a sin to him. Why? Because we've got them, number one, completely out of order. They're not falling in their proper seasons because we're following the moon. Okay. In other words, committing moon worship, following after the other nations. All right. Let's go ahead and continue to verse 38.
Verse 30. For this reason I command and testify to you that you may testify to them. For after your death, your children will disturb them, so that they will not make the year 364 days only. And for this reason, they will go wrong as to the new months and seasons and Sabbaths and festivals. And they will eat all kinds of blood. Well,
They'll
I
eat
can't
all
see it.
kinds of blood with all kinds of flesh.
Yep.
All right. So, Lord's will again, this is making sense to you. Okay. Let's go to the book of Sirach. And we're going to go to chapter 33. And you're going to read verses 7 through 9.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 33 and verse 7. Why doth one day excel another when as all the light of
Wait,
the
wait,
hold on.
hold on. I'm sorry, I forgot to change it.
Ah,
Sorry about that. All right, there we go.
okay. It says, why doth one day excel another, when as all the light of every day in the year is of the sun? By the knowledge of the Lord they have distinguished, and he alters seasons and feasts. Some of them had he made high days and hollowed them, and some of them had he made ordinary days.
All right. So, again, as it says, why does one day excel another when it's all the light of every day in the year is of the sun? Now, read that again. When as all the light of every day in the year is of the sun, not of the moon, of the sun, not of the moon. By the knowledge of the Lord, they were distinguished. He altered seasons and feasts. Why? Because the seasons and the feasts are what? Regulated by the sun, not the moon. Some of them hath he made high days and hallowed them, and some of them hath he made ordinary days. So, like the Sabbath days, he made those, separate from all the other days. The Sabbath, okay? The high holy days, those are considered high Sabbath days, okay? And as it says, he hallowed them, meaning he's made them separate from the other days. Remember, that means to be separated. Okay, and as he says, some of them hath he made ordinary days. So keep that in mind. All right. Let's go to the book of Amos, chapter 5. We're going to read verses 18 through 23.
The book of Amos, chapter 5 and verse 18. Woe unto you that desire the day of the Lord. To one end, to what end is it for you? The day of the Lord is darkness and not light. As if a man did flee from a lion and a bear met him, or went into the house and leaned his hand on the wall, and a serpent bit him. Shall not the day of the Lord be darkness and not light, even very dark, and no brightness in it? I despise your feast days. I will not smell in your solemn assemblies. Though ye offer me burnt offerings and your meat offerings, I will not accept them. Neither will I regard the peace offering of your fat feast. Take thou away from me the noise of thy songs, for I will not hear the melody of thy viols.
So, as I just said a little bit ago, this is why the Lord is pissed off at us when it comes to our feast days, because we've completely gone away from following the calendar as he had given it to us, following after the moon. Our feast days are all out of order, completely out of season. We're out here on Sabbath days and on new moons, looking up at the moon, blowing our horns at the moon, basically worshiping the moon. The moon has become your idol. How many, camps do you see out there doing that? Okay. Um, but as he says, verse 21, I despise your feast days, and I will not smell in your solemn assemblies. So with what we had been doing, following after the moon, the Lord's not with these feast days. And all you have to do is really just sit back and observe what's going on with a lot of these feasts. You've got things going on, it's all about, having concerts, plays going on, um, dancing, rapping, singing, people now, at these concerts holding up the lights, you know what I mean? There's all kind of idolatry going on, no different than in the world where people are idolizing, these rappers and singers in the Israelite community, no different than if they're idolizing Chris Brown or Rihanna or Beyonce or Jay-Z or, some of these other rappers and singers. It's no different. It's the same kind of idolatry. People are having these sales, these, some camps are calling them Black Fridays, um, type of sales and things like that at their or not Black Fridays, they're calling them oh my gosh, what's the name of the city that we had, we had our own businesses and they got bombed up. It'll hit me later. I can't remember what they called them, but you know what I'm talking about, right? Um,
Yeah.
I,
Um.
I don't know why the name is escaping me, but Black Wall Street. There we go.
There
Black,
you
not
go.
Black Friday, but Black Wall Street. So you have, some of the camps that are hosting these Black Wall Streets and things like that during their Passovers. Some of them are now doing it during their tabernacles. You know what I mean? And so what's happening is now people really, instead of being focused on observing the feast and, pouring out their supplications and pouring their heart out in regards to the feast and the remembrance of the good that the Lord did for our people, now all they're caring about and worrying about is how much money they can make at the feast. You know what I mean? Making sure they've got, their food delivery trucks and got their tents set up with, selling, paintings and, um, figurines that they're making and, all kind of, which is all of it's idolatry. When you read the scriptures, some of the stuff that you see in being sold at some of these Black Wall Streets and some of these sales and stuff they're having, remember, that was part of the reason why Christ went running up into the temple. This was during the time of the feast. Why were they up in there selling? Because remember, if you had your animals, you had your, whatever it was that you're going to bring for an offering. If the way was too far for you, you go ahead and sell everything you had for money. And then when you got to the feast, you were able to go and buy everything, whatever you needed again. It was wine, corn, oil, whatever it is you needed to buy again to bring for your offering. That's why they had the money changers and all this stuff there at the feast, because that's what was going on. But Christ realized, he knew that what they were doing up in there, they were just up in there robbing the people. You know what I mean? It got to the point to where they didn't care nothing about the feast. They just wanted to make money. They were robbing the people. The scales, were off. They were cheating the people, making the balance of the scales off so that they could charge more. All kinds of wickedness going on, and we're starting to see this kind of stuff creeping into our high holy days. Other stuff you're seeing creeping into the high holy days, people getting drunk, drunkenness, you know what I mean? And some lewdness. We've seen that at some Passovers. You know what I mean? And what I mean by lewdness, scantily clad women walking around, serving, drinks and, no different if you're hanging out at, a club. Whether, you want to say it was a strip club or not, regardless if it was a strip club or not, what's the difference in what was going on there? And if you take, the whole group of Israelite men to Hooters and go have dinner and have your Passover at Hooters. Hooters would have been better than what they was having. If
Hmm.
you're gonna, weigh it in the balance that way, Hooters is not as bad as what was going on in there. And that was supposed to be an Israelite event. Okay, so just saying this, that we're seeing this stuff happen, and we wonder why. In Amos 5:21, God said, I despise your feast days, and I will not smell in your solemn assemblies. Though you offer me burnt offerings and your meat offerings, I will not accept them. Neither will I regard the peace offerings of your fat beasts. Take thou away from me the noise of thy songs. So when you're having these concerts and all this music going on and all, God ain't listening to it. Just being real. When you read the scriptures and you see what's going on in some of the Passovers and these assemblies, and you read the scriptures, you observe what's going on, like God's not with that. He's not with it. Number one, we're holding the feast out completely out of season. You're following the moon. You're completely off in that aspect. And then on top of it, you know what I mean? It's to a point of where it's adding sin to sin to sin. You're seeing other things happening at these assemblies where, um, unfortunately, people talk in the Israelite community. And you got all kinds of fornication going on, adulteries going on at some of these, assemblies. You know what I mean? The truth gets out of what's going down. People are drinking, getting drunk, and brothers laying down with other brothers' wives and the down, you know what I mean, sneaking off into the woods you're hearing about during tabernacles, and all kinds of stuff going on in these feasts. That's why the Lord's not with them. That's why he's so pissed off at Israel. We got to just be real about it. And it's something's got to change. All right, let's go to Isaiah 1:11. We're going to read through 26.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 1 and verse 11. To what purpose is the multitude of your sacrifices unto me, saith the Lord? I am full of the burnt offerings of the rams and the fat of the beasts, and I delight not in the blood of bullocks or of lambs or of he goats. When ye come to appear before me, who hath required this at your hand to tread my courts? Bring no more vain oblations. Incense is an abomination unto me. The new moons and Sabbaths, the calling of assemblies, I cannot away with. It is iniquity, even the solemn meat.
So
Your
he's
new
telling
moon,
us straight out that everything we're doing for these assemblies is sin. All of it. It says, bring no more vain oblations. Incense is an abomination unto me. And I can't even count the number of camps that I see that when they're doing their classes, they got the little sensors up there on the desk with the incense burning, with the smoke going up. And, I'm just like shaking my head, going, I have not figured this out yet. That this was part of the reason why the Lord was pissed off at our people. He's telling us incense is an abomination unto me. The new moons and Sabbaths, the calling of assemblies, I cannot away with. It is iniquity, even the solemn meeting. Everything that we're doing in these high holy days and everything, it's sin to the Lord. All right. Let's go ahead and read verse 14.
your new moons and your appointed feast, my soul hated. They are a trouble unto me. I am weary to be bare with them.
I am weary to bear them. He's telling us straight. your new moons, meaning your new months, and your appointed feasts, my soul hated. We wonder why we're still here. You see, it's funny because I'm watching, camp after camp, doing videos about Iran getting bombed by the U.S. and the Iran war, World War III is about to pop off. We getting ready to get up out of here. No, we ain't. No, we're not. Nowhere close to getting up out of here. We don't deserve to get out of here. The way we're acting as God's children, we don't deserve a kingdom. That's why we're in the position we're in. I'm just going to be honest about it. We don't deserve it. What have we done to deserve the kingdom? Be honest with yourselves. What have we done? Nothing. Yeah, some of us are waking up, we're teaching, we're out in the streets and doing work and everything like that. But overall, the Israelites as a whole, as a community, what have we done to deserve to have the kingdom? We've not done nothing. Nothing. We can't even agree on simple things. We can't even get along. We can't even have two groups of Israelites show up on the same block at the same time without getting in an argument and a fight. Can't even walk up to a brother and be like, hey, shalom, what's high, Christ bless, how you doing? Without the Lord, what camp you from? Oh, I'm just happy to see you, but what camp you from? Oh, I'm with oh, okay. I can't salute you. You from such and such camp. I'm with so-and-so. Isn't that carnal minded? Isn't that being carnal? Aren't we worried? Aren't we warned about that? Camp banging. He's telling us straight, your new moons and your appointed feasts, my soul hated. They are trouble unto me. I am weary to bear them. Verse 15, I'll go and read verse 15. It says, and when ye spread forth your hands, I will hide mine eyes from you. Yea, when you make many prayers, I will not hear. Your hands are full of blood. So there are a lot of us out here that are raising our hands up to the Most High, saying prayers, and he ain't even listening. It says, wash you, make you clean, put away the evil of your doings from before mine eyes. Cease to do evil. He's telling us that what we're doing as far as his high holy days and his Sabbath days, it's evil in his eyes. That's why he's telling us, stop doing it. Verse 17 says, learn to do well, seek judgment, relieve the oppressed, judge the fatherless, plead for the widow. Come on now, and let us reason together, saith the Lord. Though your sins be as scarlet, they will be as white as snow. Though they be red like crimson, they shall be as wool. If you be willing and obedient, you shall eat the good of the land. But if you refuse and rebel, you shall be devoured with the sword, for the mouth of the Lord hath spoken it. Our people continue to refuse. We continue to rebel. And then we wonder why these things are happening to our people. Esau is rounding up our people left and right, throwing them into concentration camps. Kids getting rounded up and separated from their parents. Our young men getting locked up in the prison systems. Our young women getting locked up in the prison systems. Our young men and women don't even understand what marriage is out here. They're to the point to where they're more comfortable, just going out and laying down with any and everybody that comes around, rather than even hear about the commandments of the Lord. Verse 21, it says, how is the faithful city becoming harlot? It was full of judgment, righteousness lodged in, but now murderers. Is that not what's still happening to our people today? Thy silver has become dross, and thy wine mixed with water. In other words, our wisdom, knowledge, and understanding of the scriptures are all screwed up. It's polluted. Many of the doctrines that we teach in the Israelite community are polluted. No difference in the Christian church. We like to make fun of the Christian church and their doctrines, but there are some of the doctrines you can look at within the Israelite community, and it's just no different. It's polluted. Verse 24, therefore saith the Lord of hosts, the mighty one of Israel, I will ease me of my adversaries and avenge me of my enemies. And I will turn my hand upon thee and purely purge away thy dross and take away all thy tin. And I will restore thy judges as at the first, and thy counselors as at the beginning. Afterward, thou shalt be called the city of righteousness, the faithful city. And we're nowhere near deserving of being called the righteous city, the faithful city. Nowhere near it. All right. Let's go to the book of First Corinthians. You're going to read chapter 1 and verse 10. I just went ahead and finished reading that for us. I know you've been reading a lot.
Yeah. First Corinthians 1 and 10. The
Yeah,
book
1 and 10.
the book of First Corinthians, chapter 1 and verse 10. Now I beseech you, brethren, by the name of our Lord Jesus Christ, that ye all speak the same thing, and that there be no division among you, but that ye be perfectly joined together in the same mind and in the same judgment.
But that ye be perfectly joined together in the same mind and in the same judgment. We're nowhere near being in the same mind and same judgment when we got 200 different Israelite camps running around with different alphabet letter names, saying, I'm with so and so, I'm with this camp. We got our colors, we got your colors, and why are you wearing our colors? Why? It's all foolishness. It says, now I beseech you, brethren, by the name of our Lord Jesus Christ, that ye all speak the same thing, and that there be no divisions among you. No divisions means no divisions. None. Zilch. Nada. We've got like 200 camps running around, completely, totally divided, and we think we're about to get the kingdom. I've heard people say it, and I'm saying it myself. The Israelite community's become a joke. Seriously. It's become a joke in the eyes of our oppressors and the eyes of our enemies. And it's become a joke in the eyes of our own people who don't want to have anything to do with it because it's become so toxic. It's become an absolute joke. It's seriously, it's really sad. It's heartbreaking. All right. So we're gonna quickly just get into dealing with Passover for a little bit. We're almost done. Basically, just a little quick synopsis about the new year, where we get the division of the calendar, the counting of the calendar from, that we're following. Like I said, don't take our word for it. Go read all this for yourself and research it for yourself. And you're going to find, you look at every single camp that's following the moon, and every single one of, there's not one of these camps that's not adding a second month of Adar or a 13th month to the calendar. And in some cases, they're adding 14 months to the calendar. All right. So go and look it up and research it for yourself. Don't take our word for it. Okay. But get into Passover. Let's go to 2 Timothy chapter 4. And you're going to read verses 3 through 4.
The book of Second Timothy, chapter 4 and verse 3. For the For the time will come when they will not endure sound doctrine, but after their own lust shall they heap to themselves teachers having itching ears. And they shall turn away their ears from the truth, and shall be turned unto fables.
This couldn't be any truer for any precept that's written in this Bible that has happened and happening to our people. For the time will come when they will not endure sound doctrine, but after their own lusts shall they heap to themselves teachers having itching ears. And that's where we have all this division, that camp, your camp, our camp, all this division among us, all these different doctrines. We talk about the Christian church all the time. What about the within the Israelite community? You have a lot of people coming in that have itching ears, and they're going to go to where their ears tingle. Oh, I like to deal with multiple women. I like having a variety of women. Well, here in our camp, we can have multiple wives. It's biblical. That's the camp I want to be with. When do I get my first wife? That's what's happening. Itching ears. Get that tingling in the ears. And they shall turn away their ears from the truth and shall be turned unto fables. And again, this is where our people, especially those that are in the Christian churches, let me show you what this is talking about. Our people be turned unto fables. What does this mean? Just give me a second. For those of you that may watch this video and you still want to be out here, because that's what's going to be coming up next month, Easter. Instead of celebrating the Lord's Passover, you'd rather be involved in this nonsense. Let me know when you see it.
There it is.
You'd rather be running around letting your kids, because it's cute for the kids. See if it pops up.
Here comes Peter Cottontail, hopping down the bunny trail.
You see, this is the nonsense that our people would rather be following. Rather than celebrating the Lord's Passover, he gave us a 7-day feast, Passover and Feast of Unleavened Bread, where you could come together for a full 7 days with your family and friends in this truth, celebrate the Passover, which we're going to get into so you can understand what the Passover actually is. But you're not going to learn that in your Christian church. They're going to push this on you. And you can see the other ones. You got Peter Cottontail, you got the Valentine's Day, you got the Santa Claus for the Christmas. For the time will come when they will not endure sound doctrine, but after their own lust shall they heap to themselves teachers, having itching ears, and they will turn away their ears from the truth and shall be turned unto fables. This nonsense. and our people love it. And you try and teach them better, and it's always the same thing. Was only just for the kids. Only doing it for the kids. It's exactly what your enemy wants you to do. Look at this. Easter eggs. Let's go for an Easter egg hunt. Chocolate Easter egg filled with chocolate chicks. So candy, chocolate bunnies, Easter baskets. Our people love this stuff. Because they make it cute for the kids. Let's go back really quick. Now, I'm sure a lot of people remember this from when we were kids. Did it pop up? Let me see. They showed this cartoon every year at Easter, and I'm sure it's probably still coming on to this day.
Look up in our walkway. Oh, well, look out. Well, here I come, ready or not. Ta-da! May I introduce myself? I am Seymour S. Sassafras and Company. This is the Seymour S. Sassafras, and this is the company. I am a peddler by trade and by golly. I deal in magic and moonbeams and pretty. April Valley's finest candy carvings. Meet Milk Chocolate Angelo and Leonardo the Bittersweet.
So you can see they make it cute for the kids so that the parents say, I don't want my kid to miss out. I don't want my kid to be the one that's looked at as odd by all their classmates. But remember, at the beginning of the lesson, and ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. We're showing you the truth. We're not the only ones. There are a lot of Israelite groups out here showing you the truth. We've been lied to. We've been duped. We've been hoodwinked into following after the nonsense of our oppressors. And part of that nonsense is what is prophesied in the scriptures. We're doing exactly what the scriptures said we would do. It's not that hard to figure out. We're doing exactly what the scriptures said we would do. That we would start following the moon, and all of our high holy days and everything would be all out of whack. We would look for teachers having itching ears. We would turn our ears away from the truth and be turned unto fables. And that is exactly what has happened. Let's go to 2 Peter 1 and 16.
The book of 2 Peter, chapter 1 and verse 16. For we have not followed cunningly devised fables, when we made known unto you the power of coming of our Lord Jesus Christ, but were eyewitness of his majesty.
So the apostles are telling you, they didn't follow after these cunningly devised fables. What did the word cunning means? That they were slick about it. A lot of thought went into coming up with these fables, coming up with Santa Claus and Easter Bunny and Peter Rabbit and the little Valentine's Day Cupid and all this stuff. A lot of thought went into that on how to dupe our people into following after that nonsense. I guarantee there are a lot of our people just in February, just a few weeks ago, that were out there celebrating Valentine's Day. Family members, co-workers, all kinds of people that you know that were out there celebrating. People you may have even shared the truth with that looked you in the eye and went, oh man, that makes sense. Man, I didn't know that was in the Bible. That, man, you telling the truth. They'll sit there, shake their head, and agree, man, I didn't know that, but then still go out there and celebrate anyway. Like a moth to the flame. They can't help themselves. We all know people that are like that. For we have not followed cunningly devised fables when we made known unto you the power and coming of our Lord Jesus Christ. And that's just as the apostles, we can gladly say we used to follow these cunningly devised fables, but after coming into this truth, we ain't following after these cunningly devised fables anymore. Not doing it. Don't want to have nothing to do with them. You're going to be driving by churches and you're going to see the signs out there where they're advertising, you know what I mean? Their Easter egg hunts and their festivals and things like that they're going to be having on Easter. I'm already seeing the signs popping up on all kinds of churches. Let's go to 2 Thessalonians 2 and 10.
The book of Second Thessalonians, chapter 2 and verse 10.
I'm going to read up to 12.
Okay. It says, and that's not it. Here we go. Second Thessalonians chapter 2 and verse 10. And it says, and with all deceivableness of unrighteousness in them that perish, because they receive not the love of the truth, that they might be saved. And for this cause God shall send them strong delusions, they should believe a lie, that they all might be damned who believe not the truth, but had pleasure in unrighteousness.
All right. So as it says, with all deceivableness of unrighteousness in them that perish, because they receive not the love of the truth, that they might be saved. Now we could send that to almost every Christian church right there. There's no righteousness in these churches. They have not received the love of the truth. They're walking around talking about, I'm saved. I'm a child of God. Like, where are you saved from? You're not saved. It says, and for this cause, God shall send them strong delusion that they should believe a lie. And that's exactly what you see happening with our people. God's allowing, God's doing it. They don't want to believe the truth. They want to have nothing to do with him. So he's allowing that strong delusion to come upon them that they believe all these lies that have been given to us by our oppressors, and following after these cunningly devised fables, kitty fables, kitty characters. Go to the mall, I guarantee you over the next month, you're going to see lines of kids out there with a person in a Easter bunny outfit at the mall with, you know, a line of kids out there ready to get their pictures taken with the Easter bunny. And I can tell, I remember that because I remember when my mom used to take us out to the mall to go get pictures with Santa Claus and Easter Bunny and that foolishness. I understand now it's foolishness. And our people need to come away from that stuff. They need to just completely cut it off. I don't understand why our people have such a hard time when you share the truth with them and they still will turn around and go celebrate these holidays anyway. They talk about how, you know, oh, the white man, they hate us and look at how they treat us and look at what's going on with the police and what they do to us. But yet they'll complain and gripe and whine, but then the holiday comes around and they're right out there with the grill, standing behind the grill, cooking up them burgers, hot dogs, barbecuing those ribs, those pork ribs. Not saying to be funny, it's the truth. Our people are completely just messed up in the head. Let's go to Titus 1. We're going to read verses 10 through 14.
The book of Titus, chapter 1 and verse 10. For there are many unruly and vain talkers and deceivers, especially they of the circumcision, whose mouths must be stopped, who subvert whole houses, teaching things which they ought not, for filthy lucre's sake. One of themselves, even a prophet of their own, said that the Cretans are always liars, evil beasts, slow bellies. This witness is true, wherefore rebuke them sharply, that they may be sound in the faith, not giving heed to Jewish fables and commandments of men that turn from the truth.
Not giving heed to Jewish fables and commandments of men that turn from the truth. And that is exactly what is going on nowadays. Let's go to 1 Timothy chapter 4. You're going to read verses 6 through 7. We got to rebuke them sharply, and that's exactly what we're doing. We're going to rebuke you sharply.
The book of First Timothy, chapter 4 and verse 6. If thou put the brethren in remembrance of these things, thou shalt be a good minister of Jesus Christ, nourishing up in the word of faith of good doctrine whereunto thou hast attained. But refuse profane and old wise fables, and exercise thyself rather unto godliness.
But refuse profane and old wise fables, and exercise thyself rather unto godliness. All right. So we as the Israelites, you so-called blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans, you got to start refusing to follow along with this nonsense. You want to hurt our oppressors, hurt them in their pocketbook. Stop going out buying these stupid Easter baskets. Stop going out buying the chocolate bunnies. Stop tuning in to their TV shows that come on, to putting your kids in front of the TV and letting them watch these dumb cartoons. Stop doing it, because they're counting on you plopping your kid down in front of the TV. Why? Because while they're sitting there, they're going to show a million commercials to them that is going to have them begging you for this, and this, and that, corrupting their minds. Let's go to Baruch 3. And you're going to read verse 23.
The book of Baruch, chapter 3 and verse 23. It says, the Agarenians, the that seek wisdom upon earth, the merchants of Meran, of the man, the authors of fables, and
No, not
searchers.
the man of Timon.
Timon?
Yeah. But I started from the beginning
Timon.
again.
The Agarenes that seek wisdom upon earth, the merchants of Meran, of the Timon, the authors of fables, and searchers out of understanding. None of these have known the way of wisdom or remember her path.
All right. So basically, what this is showing is that these nations that this is talking about, the Agarenes, when you go back into the scriptures, are the Hagarenes. These are the children of Hagar. When you go back and read the scriptures, so the children of Hagar, the Hagarenes is just could also be synonymous with the Ishmaelites or with the Arabs. Okay, any one of those names they use. The Hagarenes, look them up in the scriptures. It says the Agarenes that seek wisdom upon earth, the merchants of Meron. It's talking about Medan. When you read the scriptures, let me see. Go to First Chronicles 1 and 32.
The book of First Chronicles, chapter 1 and verse 32. Now the sons of Keturah, Abraham's concubine, she bare Zimar and Jokshan,
Zimran,
hmm? Zimran, Jokshan, and Median, and Midian,
Medan, and
Medan, and Midian, and Ishbak, and Shua, and the sons of Jokshan, Jokshan, Sheban, and the Dan.
Sheba, and Dedan. All right. So it says, now the sons of Keturah, Abraham's concubine. So remember, he had more children than just Isaac and Ishmael. All right. So it's showing here now the sons of Keturah, that's one of his concubines, Abraham's concubine. She bears Zimran and Jokshan and Medan and Median. The Medians are the Medianites, the Medes, and Ishbak and Shua, and the sons of Jokshan, Sheba, and Dedan. Okay, so Medan is what we're reading over there in Baruch 3 and 23. Okay, so let's go back to Baruch 3 and 23. So the Hagarenes that seek wisdom upon the earth, the merchants of Meron, all right, and of Thamon, which is Taman, which are they're Esau, they're Edomites. I'll show you that too. Let's go to Genesis 36 and 15. That Thamon that it's talking about in Baruch is talking about these are children of Esau. Genesis 36 and verse 15.
The book of Genesis, chapter 36 and verse 15. These were dukes of the sons of Esau, the sons of Eliphaz, the firstborn son of Esau, Duke Teman, Duke Omar, Duke Sepho, Duke Tanas.
All right, so Duke Teman, he's one of the sons of Esau. All right, so Teman is one of the grandsons of Esau. All right, so Eliphaz was Esau's firstborn son, and Teman came from Eliphaz. So Teman is just like Amalek is one of Esau's grandsons. Just like when you go down here, Duke Korah, Duke Katam, and Duke Amalek. These are the dukes that came of Eliphaz in the land of Edom. So Amalek is the brother of Teman. You see that? It says these are the dukes that came of Eliphaz in the land of Edom. These were the sons of Adah. Okay, let's go to Obadiah 1 and 9. Further show you that Teman is talking about Esau. Obadiah 1 and 9.
Wait. The book of Obadiah, chapter 1 and verse 9. And thy mighty men, O Teman, shall be dismayed to the end that every one of the mount of Esau may be cut off by slaughter.
To the end that every one of the mount of Esau may be cut off by slaughter. Okay, and thy mighty men, O Teman, shall be dismayed to the end that every one of the mount of Esau may be cut off by slaughter, because Teman was the grandson of Esau. Okay, So we go back to Baruch 3 and 23. Baruch 3 and 23. The Agarenes that seek wisdom upon earth, the merchants of Meron and of Teman. So remember, the Hagarenes and Medan are the Agarenes would be considered the Arab. Medan, or the Medan is another one of Abraham's seed coming from Keturah, and Teman is the grandson of Esau. So these are all other nations. Okay, so what he's talking about, that they are the authors of fables and searchers out of understanding. None of these have known the way of wisdom or remember her path. They have not known the Lord. They don't know God. Okay, these other nations are the authors of fables. So what I'm trying to show you here is that Esau has always been known to be the authors of fables. Okay, so when it comes to our people following after these cunningly devised fables that have been fed to us by Esau, it's nothing new. It's something that has always been happening with Esau. He's always been this way. He's always been known to be the author of fables. All right. So with that, let's go to the book of Exodus, chapter 11. So you're going to go to Exodus 11. You're going to read verses 1 through 10.
The book of Exodus, chapter 11, and verse 1. And the Lord said unto Moses, Yet will I bring one place more upon Pharaoh and upon Egypt. Afterward he will let you go hence. When he shall let you go, he shall surely thrust you out hence altogether. Speak now in the ears of the people, and let every man borrow of his neighbor, and every woman of her neighbor, jewels or of silver and jewels of gold. And the Lord gave the people favor in the sight of the Egyptians. Moreover, the man Moses was very great in the land of Egypt, in the sight of the Pharaoh's servants, and in the sight of the people. And Moses said, Thus said the Lord, about midnight will I go out into the midst of Egypt, and all the firstborn in the land of Egypt shall die, from the firstborn of Pharaoh that sitteth upon his throne, even unto the first of the mid servant that is behind the mill, and all the firstborn of beasts. And there shall be a great cry throughout all the land of Egypt, such as there was none like it, nor shall be like it any more. But against any of the children of Israel shall not a dog move his tongue against man or beast, that ye may know how that the Lord doth put a difference between the Egyptians and Israel. And all these thy servants shall come down unto me and be down themselves un,
Bow down themselves
bow
unto
down. Yeah, exactly. And all these thy servants shall come down unto me and bow down themselves unto me, saying, Get thee out, and all the people that follow thee. And after that I will go out and went out from Pharaoh in a great anger. And the Lord said unto Moses, Pharaoh shall not hearken unto you, that my word may be multiplied in the land of Egypt.
that wonders
And
may be multiplied in the land of Egypt.
again, and the Lord said unto Moses, Pharaoh shall not hearken unto you, that my words may
My
be
wonders,
multiplied.
wonders, wonders, wonders.
I said it again. Let me read it again. And the Lord said unto Moses, Pharaoh shall not hearken unto you, that my wonders may be multiplied in the land of Egypt. And Moses and Aaron did all these wonders before Pharaoh, and the Lord hardened Pharaoh's heart so that he will not let the children of Israel go out of his land.
All right. So we're going to keep it at that for right now as far as dealing with the Passover. We're going to go over it a lot more next Sabbath because the Passover will be coming up that following Tuesday at sundown. But This is the reason why we celebrate the Passover. It has to do with the fact that the final plague that the Lord had put on the Egyptians before they finally thrust our people out of the land was that he killed all of the firstborn children of the Egyptians. Okay, which is called the Passover. The Lord passed over the land and he killed all the firstborn. And remember, this was Christ that did that. For all of you Caesar Borgia loving Israelites, you so-called blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans that love going into these churches that love worshiping Caesar Bo, the Caesar Borgia is not the one that did that. It was the Christ, the Black Messiah of this Bible that did that. Okay, you need to get that guy out of your head and understand that the real Christ of this Bible is the one that went through the land of Egypt and killed all the firstborn children of the Egyptians. The God that's not playing around. Okay, and his father and he are not playing with our people. He's not playing with these other nations. Okay, so we're gonna leave it at that for right now. Let's go to Ezekiel 3. Ezekiel 3, you're going to read verses 4 through 7.
The book of Ezekiel, chapter 3, and verse 4. And he said unto me, Son of man, go get thee unto the house of Israel, and speak with my words unto them. For thou art not sent to a people of a strange speech and of a hard language, but to the house of Israel, not to many people of a strange speech and of a hard language whose words thou could not understand. Surely, had I sent thee to them, they would have hearkened unto thee. But the house of Israel will not hearken unto thee, for they will not hearken unto me. For all the house of Israel are impudent and hard hearted.
So God is saying that all the children of Israel are stupid and hard-headed. That's what he's saying. We're stupid and we're hard-headed. So he's sending us out to the house of Israel, but he's warning us and telling you know what, I'm going to send you to them, but they're not going to listen to you. You could come with all the evidence that that I can give you that we're not supposed to be following the moon, and our own Israelite brothers are going to scoff. They're going to make fun of, oh man, chastise all them brothers is reading the book of Enoch and Jasher and Judah. Oh man, ha 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 ha. While at the same time, they're still running around here following after the lunar Sabbath, following after the dark moon, following after the full moon, following after the sliver moon, and then wondering why they got to add a 13th month to the calendar year, and wonder why their high holy days are always falling on different days every year. Okay, with that, let's go to the book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 12 and verse 13 through 14.
The book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 12, and verse 13. Let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter. Fear God and keep his commandments, for this is the whole duty of man. For God shall bring every work into judgment with every secret thing, whether it be good or whether it be evil.
And with that, we're going to say shalom. Most High Christ blessed. We pray you enjoy the rest of the Sabbath. And Lord willing, we will see you next Sabbath so we can go over this lesson with you, dealing with the Passover. Shalom.